Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Audio check 1, 2.
One there.
Okay. Yeah, I heard it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to enable the closed captions in the room. I'm going to do a quick run through of everything, and then we'll go ahead and mute them off if we're done. Thank you. Bye. Audio check 1. 1, 1.
Yeah, yeah, right. So I think they put it on internet.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 3. Check 1, 4. Check 1, 5. Check 1, 6. Check 1, 7. Check 1, 8. Check 1, 9. Audio check 1, 10.
going to be a long night.
Let's go
Recording
ahead
in
and,
progress.
get started. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'd like to ask everybody to please silence their phones and beepers if they still have any. Good evening. This board is comprised of 7 members. 4 members of the board shall constitute a quorum, and the affirmative vote of 4 members shall be necessary for the adoption of any motion. If only 4 members of the board are present, an applicant may request and be entitled to a continuance to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the board. If a matter is continued due to lack of quorum, the chairperson or secretary of the board may set a special meeting to consider such matter. In the event that 4 votes are not obtained, an applicant, except in the case of a comprehensive plan amendment, may request a continuance or allow the application to proceed to the City Commission without a recommendation. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2021-118, the City of Coral Gables has returned to traditional in-person meetings. However, the Planning and Zoning Board has established the ability for the public to provide comments virtually. For those members of the public who are appearing on Zoom and wish to testify, you must be visible to the court reporter to be sworn in. Otherwise, if you speak without being sworn in, your comments may not have evidentiary value. Lobbyist registration and disclosure. Any person who acts as a lobbyist must register with the city clerk as required to the city code. As chair, I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Planning and Zoning Board meeting of December 17, 2024 to order. The time is 6:01. Jill, if you please call the roll.
Robert Behar.
Here.
Julio Gabriel.
Here.
Zuka Walensky.
Here.
Felix Pardo.
Here.
Javier Salman.
Here.
Chip Withers. A.B. Eisenstadt.
Here. Notice regarding ex parte communications. Please be advised that this board is a quasi-judicial board which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications and site visits. An ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of the quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the board. If anyone made any contact with a board member regarding an issue before the board member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication and the party who originated the communication. Also, if a board member conducted a site visit specifically related to the case before the board member must also disclose such visit. In either case, the board member must state on the record whether the ex parte communication and/or site visit will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding the matter. The board member should also state that his or her decision will be based on substantial, competent evidence and testimony presented on the record today. Does any board member have such communication or site visit to disclose at this time?
No.
Swearing in. Everyone who speaks this evening must complete the roster on the podium. We ask you print clearly so the official records of your name and address will be correct. Now, with the exception of attorneys, all persons physically in the city fire chambers and police chambers who will speak on agenda items before us this evening, please rise to be sworn in. Thank you. Zoom platform participants. I will ask any person wishing to speak on tonight's agenda item to please open your chat and send a direct message to Jill Menendez stating you would like to speak before the board and include your full name. Jill will call you when it's your turn. I ask you to please be concise for the interest of time. Afterwards, we'll have phone platform participants. After the Zoom platform participants are done, I will ask phone participants to comment on tonight's agenda item. I also ask you to be concise for the interest of time. First, we have the approval of the minutes, which are the November 13, 2024 meeting, and that includes the attached letter by Mr. Hartnett dated November 11, 2024.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
That was a tie. Javier wins.
I'm louder.
Any comments? No? Call the roll, please.
Julio Gabriel.
Yes.
Zuka Valinsky.
Yes.
Felix Pardo.
Yes.
Javier Salman.
Yes.
Robert Behar.
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt.
Yes. The procedure that we'll use tonight, first we'll have the identification of the agenda item by Mr. Caller. Then we'll have the presentation by applicant or agent. Then we'll have the presentation by staff. I'll go ahead and open it to public comment, first in chambers, then the Zoom platform, and then the phone line platform. I'll go ahead and close the public comment, at which time we'll have board discussion, a motion, further discussion, and a second of a motion if applicable. Then we'll have the board's final comments and a vote. What I'd like to do tonight is take it out of order. Chip Withers is coming about 10, 15 minutes late. So what I'd like to do is start with the legislative item first, which would be E4. That will give him a chance to arrive before we get into the quasi-judicial.
Item E4.
Excuse me one second,
Sorry.
please. Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring up two items here before we get into the agenda. I think they're very important. At the last meeting, we discussed the fact that once we pass something with, for example, conditions or requests, we never hear back what happens. And the prime example in this case is we had a motion of the commission to allow us to meet specifically about the whole review process for these applications. And I think the commission took it up on Tuesday. I can't be sure. But we should get some kind of report back on what the status is, what the status of the motion is. We never hear back from what happens with what we do here. And I would like it to be part of our monthly agenda that we do hear back on the disposition of what we have passed or what answer we're expecting. That's thing number one. Thing number two, the city architect, Juan Riesco, was before us, I think, 2 months ago. And I asked him to please supply the Planning and Zoning Board with the names of the persons who changed the design and the Mediterranean elements of the Paseo de la Riviera windows and also the standard windows. He said he would bring that to us. He would get the names of the people and why those elements were changed, and we haven't heard back. So I don't know if it's a formal request that we have to make. I know it was, back and forth 2 months ago. If it's a formal request we have to make, I think we should find out why and who changed those design elements past the approval process.
Thank you. Jennifer, do you have any update you can share with us on the first point?
So I think it might be helpful if we have, as part of our agenda, maybe have a follow-up subsection of our agenda to be able to report back and share information. The issue with Legistar, our software that we use, if it's basically scheduled for an agenda, future agenda, we can't take those links and have them public until the agenda's been published. And that was the reason we weren't able to send it to you in a timely manner. We were waiting until the agenda published, and then it fell through the cracks. So my apologies, but I think if we were able to have a subsection, we can be able to report back on past agenda items for that item. The second item, you were looking for the staff person and the process that changed the window specifically?
Specifically, because both those projects, the design and the windows were changed after the approval process went through. And even Juan couldn't tell us why. So what happens, we approve projects, Board of Architects approve projects, the commission approves projects, they get built, and oops, they're not Mediterranean windows. Like, who made that change and why? After it goes through this lengthy process of approvals.
Yeah, well, typically it's in the permit process, and the city architect is the one reviewing based on what was approved at the Board of Architects level. But we can research that and bring it back to you.
Yes, because Juan Riesco promised that he would bring that to us, please. Do we have to do a motion to make sure that happens, or is this going to be?
It's part of the minutes. You can always remind me in a couple of weeks after the holidays. I will get into it.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
all right, thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sure Juan will go ahead and do that for us. I know he's been, I can imagine, pretty busy with work and so forth, but I'm sure he's diligent about it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Item E4, an ordinance of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 2 zoning district, Section 2-101, single-family residential SFR district, and Article 5 architecture, Section 5-503, flat roofs with a parapet, to allow enclosed stairwells to exceed the maximum building height of single-family homes and to modify outdated building height provisions related to parapets in flood hazard districts, and providing for a repeal of provisions, severability clause, codification, providing for an effective date. Item E4, public hearing.
Thank you.
So Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. I have a PowerPoint that I'm sharing. Oh, magic, perfect. So at the last meeting, we discussed the possibility of allowing single-family homes to have an enclosed stairway poke beyond the 25 feet habitable cap of height. Right now, you can have an exterior stair to be able to access that rooftop, but it's requesting an actual enclosed area just for the stairs. So you can see that diagram right now. You see those 2 stories. That's the maximum height you can have in single-family zoning. The features, architectural features, and the roof pitch go beyond that 25 feet. It's allowed. What this is requesting, though, is to have an enclosed stair beyond that 25 feet. And this would be just for, sorry, this isn't. I think my computer has froze. So this would be just limited to 30,000 square feet, and the purpose of that is so that you would have enough ample space between you and your neighbor to not impede on any privacy issues.
And Jennifer, one of the discussions we had last time is how big of an area we're going to allow. Did we do any? I thought I saw something on your presentation that puts up, I think it's 10% of the area of the floor plate below?
Yes. So again, that percentage would be 10% of the floor area below. If by chance there's 2 masses, it would be really the floor area below and not the 2 masses that are reaching the 2nd story, if that makes sense. The point of that is that if you have a larger house or a smaller house, it's really dependent on the massing of the house versus having an actual square footage.
So as an example, just to clear my questions, if you have a house and that the lot, the floor plate is 10,000 square feet, I could do an enclosed area of 1,000 square feet, right?
Yes.
That seems to me a little bit too big, because it's not just the fact of giving them access to the roof, but with that kind of area, you could do a habitable space. Does that number came as a result of any studies, or how
Yes,
did you get?
I have a slide to show that. Unfortunately, I'm unable to share that
I'm
slide.
trying to help you.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
since Robert started already, and it's his fault, I'd like to be able to ask questions and make comments.
There we
Oh, there
go.
we go. There we go.
Let's let Jennifer do her presentation,
Sure.
and then we'll go ahead and tackle that.
So this is an image, a rendering of a currently under construction house that has, if you could see, if I can show on here or over there, you can see here I guess you're looking over here, aren't you? Well, on the very right side of the yellow area is an exterior stair. So right now, that's the way that people are accessing their top of their second floor, is by an exterior stair. Again, this would be allowing an enclosed area so that your stairs are not subject to the outside. Let's see, this is an image that's showing our large properties in our city. As you can see, the yellow is showing the 30,000 square feet, 3,000 square feet. Most of those is in the south part of our city, south of Sunset. Those are where our more larger properties are. And the blue areas are showing the 20,000 square feet. I think that was mentioned last time at our last meeting. Why not 20,000 square feet? It would encompass probably twice as many more properties in our city. So it's up to the board if they feel that they needs to be adjusted for that minimum square footage. Let's see. So in summary, this is the addition to the language we looked at last time, to not exceed 10%. Now, since this was published, I did reach out to another architect who does these large houses. He mentioned maybe having just a square footage, similar to what we discussed last time, maybe like 500 square feet as a round number as well. So that the board feels like it should be based on a percentage of the square footage of the house of the second floor, or if it should just be a square footage no matter the massing of the house.
Why
We can
not both?
discuss both. Both as in either or
10% to a maximum of.
you need to talk into the mic, or
10% or to the maximum of.
okay.
I'm going to let you go ahead and finish
So
your presentation.
in summary, that's really what I have, just a few images to again, start the discussion again with the board. I'm here for your feedback.
Thank you. Before we begin, what I'd like to do is there anybody that would like to speak on this item that's here with us tonight? Jill, anybody sign up for this item?
Not for this item, no.
Is there anybody on Zoom or on the phone platform?
No.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close it for public comment at this time. Felix, would you start
Thank
us
you,
off?
Mr. Chairman. So the intent of our maximum of 2 stories in the city of Coral Gables historically, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recognize the late Chip Withers.
The late or the
Chip Withers.
Or being late.
Chip Withers.
I don't breathe in, Felix.
If we could please note that Mr. Withers has joined the meeting.
You bet. So one of the issues I see is that the city of Coral Gables has prided itself and made sure that single-family residential is 2 stories. This, I think, is a horrible idea. The reason it's a horrible idea is because whether it's 1,000 square feet, 500 square feet, 1,500 square feet, it's now the usability of someone to get up on that roof. And this is not intended to be a usable commercial roof. I think it's awful for that reason. The second thing is it's an invasion of privacy of your next door neighbor. It wasn't intended to be a widow's walk that you see in New England somewhere, where the properties were large and they were overlooking the ocean, and there was a historical context to that. There is none here. This is just a matter of now complementing and getting more usability and promoting actually more of these box-like designs and houses that are springing up in the city of Coral Gables. It just doesn't look like Coral Gables anymore. I think this will only promote that type of negative, bulky type of design that I have seen and I find offensive. There's no reason, if you want to have a contemporary design, that you must be able to use the roof for any purposes. So you start off on one side, then you continue on the next side. Next thing you know, you have barbecues and everything up there, and this is not an area to tailgate. I think it has nothing to do with residential, and if this was bringing something other than that, I could get that. For me, when you look at some of these usable spaces, they're in commercial areas. And they're on the tops of buildings, and there are specific reasons and specific ways that they're done. I think this has absolutely no purpose for the few that have 30,000 square feet, in the city of Coral Gables, and it has absolutely no advantage to the rest of the people. I think it's wrong.
Thank you. Chip, just to bring you up to speed, we started with E4 first, which is legislative, so that you'd be able to vote on the quasi-judicial down the road.
Thank you very, very much.
No? Sorry.
No.
I'll try to speak clearer. Thank you. Sue, would you go next?
Yeah, I'm going to echo what Felix said. I think this opens up a Pandora's box. I think the purpose of having a staircase to the roof is for maintenance and utility, not for pleasure. I can see that the roofs all of a sudden will have sound systems, and you're talking about intruding on a neighbor. You have to put a sound system up there, that interferes with the neighbor's privacy. So I'm totally against this. I see no reason to make that space semi-habitable. It's supposed to be utilitarian.
Thank you. Julio?
I think, wait,
You're good.
No, now you just turned it off. There you go.
got it. Technology, I'm not good at it. I don't see any problem with having accessible roof for a house. There's a lot of places where the views from the house are best enjoyed from the roof, and I don't see any problem whatsoever giving the owners of a property access to that roof through the stairs.
Thank you. Javier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see this as sort of a solution in search of a problem. And it has a series of collateral issues that I'd like to discuss with regards to any kind of rooftop area. Rooftop area means that they're going to have chairs, umbrellas. Before you know it, they're going to have a trellis. It's the beginning of a slippery slope, and we've traditionally held all construction for residential to two-story. There are rare exceptions, especially for very large properties, and therein I have no problems with those specific exceptions. But to just make it across the city doesn't make any sense, at least to me. And as it's written, it's too wide to be truly limiting. It needs to be a certain percentage to a maximum of like 200 square feet. I can't imagine you need more than that for a stair. And even then, I still don't see the overall reason for it.
Thank you. Chip?
I echo exactly what you said. I think it's going to be very hard to corral it in once you kind of let it start to happen. I mean, do you put umbrellas up there? Do you put barbecue grills up there? Do you put sound systems up there? Do you put hot tubs up there? Do you put chaise lounges up there? You put planters up there? You know, what's allowed up there? And I just think it's going to be hard to regulate that.
Thank you. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, this is one of those, there's a time and place for everything. And to somewhat what Javier mentioned, in the right location, the right place, this is, for me, is definitely a positive. If we had a house that we're overlooking, let's say in Gables Estate, overlooking the water, this is appropriate. And I don't see why an owner would not have the ability to do that. I don't think it's appropriate citywide because you're right. You may have lots that are going to be too close, and you're going to be invading some people's privacy. I think that in the right location, if we could find a way to do that more specifically, I think it's appropriate. To me, the size of it, 10% is too much. I think 200 feet is too little. I think anywhere from, my opinion, 400, 450 square feet that you get, because the stair itself is going to take about 200, 10 by 20. Yeah. And then a little bit extra to come out, a little small foyer, vestibule, 150, 200 square feet. So maybe 400 square feet, I think is, and I think we should put a limitation on the square footage. I think that the percentage is not in my mind the right way to go. So I will be in support if it's in the defined areas where you could do this. That's
Okay,
it.
thank you. Jennifer, let me ask you a couple of questions, please, if I may. What's the intent of this? What's the reason that you're bringing this before us?
So there's been desire for many, many years to be able to easily access your rooftop. The concern that the commissioner has is that privacy, right? So we want to make sure we're limiting to a certain size of property so you don't have the privacy of your next door neighbor or the neighbor in the back that you might be looking over more easily into their backyard or side yard.
So for now, somebody can do a staircase on an exterior to access their
Yes.
roof if they wanted to.
Right.
The difference
As you can
is-
imagine, it's a little more difficult to get approved by the Board of Architects because it's not always very attractive.
Okay. And if somebody wants to go ahead and do an elevator tower in their home, they have a big home and they want to use an elevator tower, how much above the allowable height of the regular roof line can they go?
Whatever the BOA will approve. So they cannot access their rooftop from that elevator, but the elevator overhead can go beyond the 25 feet,
But if that elevator
but not the cab
lands-
itself. Right.
If the elevator lands on that floor, they'd be able to have access to it. In other words,
True,
if
but we
that's
never
the
been able
top.
to- But because of the language of 2 stories, we're not allowing the access to the rooftop from an elevator.
I think one of the discussions that we had last time was allowing it to be an interior space as a landing for the stair and so forth, and not so much as an added area, square footage that was outside.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
just
sir.
wanted to help you a little bit on this. If you don't mind, I wanted just to help you a little bit. On commercial buildings, the extension, the safety extension of the elevator is exempt, the same as stair towers. But in residential, it is not.
Okay.
So that, it's not up to the purview of the Board of Architects, as was stated by the director. It is up to the zoning code, and the zoning code is clear.
But Felix, in a residential elevator, you don't need an override.
I'm sorry?
In a residential elevator, you really don't need an override.
And Robert, that is absolutely correct. And the reason I bring this up is because people get confused on understanding that, well, overruns are not counted. They're not counted for commercial. And in fact, also be careful because certain jurisdictions do even count parapets where others do not. So you have to be very careful with that also.
And you'd also have to have a flat roof in order to do that, which in Coral Gables is limited.
100%. And then you get into the safety issue because now when you go there, it becomes a habitable space and you have to have at least 42 inches as a safety guard. So now you've raised the elevation even more. Look, I love contemporary architecture where it's supposed to go. And I understand what Robert says about having a view of the ocean. Absolutely no problem there. This does not do either of those.
Well, it could be. It depends on the area. And there is a limitation. You put minimum lot size of 30,000 square feet. What percentage of the properties outside of the incorporated into the Gables Estate, Snapper Creek, all that area, are less or are more than 30,000 square feet? because there, I don't imagine you're gonna have a lot of property in the central Gables, South Gables, that are gonna be exceeding 30,000 square feet. And I think to me, the limit in where you could do it, to me, like the example I'm giving you guys, Gables Estates. Properties there are by far more than an acre. Should be okay. I mean, I don't see it, in North Palms area. One, you don't have a 30,000 square foot lot.
In your packet, staff designated in yellow, if I recall, specifically every single lot in the city of Coral Gables, from the northern part of Coral Gables over down, and you would be surprised, right off North Greenway, they're 30,000 square feet. Right off Alhambra, they're 30,000 square feet. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. This is not overlooking Biscayne Bay, and I get that, and I understand why people in the Keys, they want to have that, and I think it's a wonderful thing because you're taking advantage of that. This is a different animal altogether, and once you go down that slippery slope of the uses, keep in mind you go down the slippery slope of how many floors is okay to have in the city of Coral Gables, single-family residential. I mean, this is the last thing we can protect, and I'm here to protect it.
To me, I see that if you can if you can limit this to certain properties, a property that's on a waterway but has a neighbor that's across the canal, I would not be so much in favor of, because noise travels by the waterways and the person across the canal is going to be able to see. If you have properties that are on the open bay, I would be more in favor of that. And to me, I would limit the size. I wouldn't go by a percentage. I would just do 300 square feet or a small area, not to, I wouldn't want to give it as a big incentive for people to just do it. I would do it as a small area that they could have up there if they want to go up there and they want to see the view or whatever it is, as opposed to creating another backyard on the top floor.
But how do you prevent that from happening?
I mean, you can build a house with a patio off your master bedroom or off your living room and do the same thing, can't you?
Yes.
You could put a big deck out if you're building it.
From the second floor.
From the second
Yeah,
floor.
from the second-
Not from the roof.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you can still have that.
100%.
Yeah.
And there are many beautiful homes, as you well know, along the Biltmore golf course that have these beautiful views of the greens.
Right.
Absolutely. I'm with that all day.
Yeah.
How would the board like to move forward on this? Is there a motion that somebody would like to make?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for disapproval of this particular requested legislative action.
So
I second.
you want to go ahead and do a denial.
Denial of staff's recommendation of the legislative.
And we have a second by Sue. Any conversation? Any comments?
At this point, we have a motion and a second. Let's call the roll and see what happens.
All right. Let's call the roll, please.
Sue Kavalinsky,
Yes.
Felix Pardo,
Yes.
Javier Salman,
Yes.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Robert Behar,
No.
Julio Gabriel,
No.
A.B. Eisenstadt,
Yes.
5-2. 5-2.
Thank you. Now that we have a full board, let's go ahead and move on to E1, please, back to our regular order.
Excuse me. Item E1, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, approving receipt of transfer of development rights, TDRs, pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section 14-204.6, review and approval of use of TDRs on receiver sites for the receipt and use of TDRs for mixed-use development, mixed-use project referred to as 299 Minorca on property legally described as lots 45 through 48, less than north 12 feet thereof, Block 17, Section K, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause, and providing an effective date. I think
Should we
Item
read?
2 is related.
Yes.
A resolution, item E2, resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, granting remote parking, section 10-109, conditional use approval pursuant to Article 14 process, section 14-203, conditional uses for proposed remote parking associated with the commercial project referred to as 299 Minorca on the property legally described as lots 45 through 48, less than north 12 feet thereof, Block 17, Section K, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions providing for repeal of provision, severability clause, and an effective date. Item E1 and E2, public hearing. I would recommend that you hear that the public hearing is for both items, but you vote on the items separately.
Thank you. Mr. Navarro, welcome.
Excuse me while I try to figure out the new podium. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, George Navarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. I'm joined this evening by my colleague Devin Vickers, our project architect Hamed Rodriguez, our traffic engineer Tim Plummer, and my clients Mr. Jose Boschetti and Mr. Eduardo Otaola. We're here to present an exciting and innovative new project in downtown Coral Gables. And before I start, I'd like to take you in my time machine back to 2021, when the city went through great efforts to try to create a remote parking and TDR ordinance for downtown. And at the time, the city recognized that these are areas, it did it here and it did it in Merrick Park, where there were many underutilized garages with surplus parking. The idea is that these are very walkable neighborhoods where people could park in a garage and be able to walk around as people generally do in a downtown. And I could tell you that I've used a lot of remote parking ordinances in my time in different jurisdictions, and cities generally say, well, if you're in a downtown and there's a lot of parking, we'll waive it. But Coral Gables was much more restrictive. The way that the Coral Gables remote parking ordinance, and I know that you're all aware of it, is basically if you could find available parking within 1,000 feet, then you would provide your required parking within that garage. One of the reasons that this got spurred at the time is back at that time, there was basically to do a large-scale development, you would have to assemble a lot of property. And that was leading to much larger projects that had a lot of parking and a lot of units, and people were very unhappy with that. So the goal was to find a mechanism to allow smaller lots within downtown to be able to be redeveloped without becoming these monster projects. And I think you'll see that today with the project that we have been able to come up with a very unique and a very nice project that fits on a 10,000 square foot lot, and that is taking advantage of the ability to do TDRs and remote parking in order to create a viable development that is not the typical project you find in downtown nowadays. So as I mentioned, other projects, I think that you reviewed them in the last couple of years, have used these regulations, and we are proposing to use them as well. Our project is 100% in compliance with those regulations. We are also 100% in compliance with our existing zoning regulations. And with that, I'd like to orient you a little bit to our project site, which is very convenient because it happens to be right across the street from us this evening. If we could get the PowerPoint presentation up. While we figure out our presentation, I could go ahead and go on. But essentially, it is the surface parking lot across the street, and I think we have a picture of the building conveniently right behind me. I was expecting our PowerPoint to have some issues. But this is obviously a very important, prominent corner in downtown. You know what's around us, you know the building we're in, and all the developments that are around it. This property is Zone MX2. It's within your central business district overlay. We're not asking for any kind of zoning changes in connection with this application. What we are proposing, oh, here we go, perfect. What we are proposing is to take this 10,000 square foot lot and to use remote parking and TDRs to be able to do an 8-story residential building that's very much in context with the area. You can see it's fully activated at the ground level, doesn't have the bulky parking podium that many people have raised concerns with. This is a 45-unit building, so it's a very small development. It has 4,800 square feet of ground floor retail lining the bottom, so it's a very active pedestrian environment. This is a little bit of going back in my presentation. This is the location, just so everybody's aware of it. The building that we're currently sitting in is directly to the south, to the bottom of the page. And this is the current site today, and this is what we propose to do. Now, in order to achieve that, we're asking for transfer of development rights. We're also asking to remotely park our 56 required spaces. Those 56 required spaces are based on this building being a hotel, which is the most conservative of the calculations, as these units will have the ability to be leased out for shorter periods. The city is treating it as a hotel, but we expect to have far less parking required. Regarding the TDRs, we've been speaking with the manager's office, and our intent is to purchase these TDRs from the city in the amount of $360,000. That will be an item that will run as a companion with this item. Hopefully, if we move on to city commission. As we all know, the city has a very large inventory of historic properties, which many require immediate maintenance, and they have limited resources to do it. So as residents and business owners in Coral Gables, we're very happy to be able to support those efforts. So I'd like to walk you through our remote parking location. This is probably the easiest presentation I've had because every site that we're proposing is directly next to us. So the remote parking in your code allows for us to be able to find a remote parking location that has excess parking within 1,000 feet. The site that we have chosen is the 255 Alhambra Garage, which is located just that way, 1 block away, within very short walking distance to this project. So we comply with the first requirement. The second requirement that the city implemented is a monetary contribution to the parking trust fund. And as part of this project, we will be making a $700,000 payment to the parking trust fund. This is monies that's used by the city to either enhance existing parking facilities or to create new ones. And the last item is we need to have an agreement with the garage owner that we seek to remote park, and as has been done with similar projects, we will be entering into an agreement in place with the owner in order to use these spaces. We have a letter from the owner currently confirming that there's available spaces, and also confirming that he has agreed to lease us these spaces. And one of the conditions in your staff report is that this agreement must be submitted to the city prior to building permit issuance to make sure that it's in place and that we have control to use those spaces. And we are in agreement with that condition. With that, I'd like to introduce Tim Plummer so he could walk you through the parking analysis that we did for our remote parking location. And then I'm going to hand over this presentation to Hamed Rodriguez so he could present the project to you. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Tim Plummer. I'm the president of David Plummer & Associates with offices at 1750 Ponce de Leon Boulevard here in Coral Gables. Our task was very straightforward as it relates to remote parking. The garage that's been identified by ownership, we needed to find out if there's available capacity to park the 56 cars in the garage. And we did a survey at 255 Alhambra Circle. We did it on a Thursday evening. It's an office building. Weekends really aren't very important. The garages that are office only are empty. So we did a Thursday. We did counts from 10 in the morning to 7 in the evening to see what the occupancy of that parking garage was. If you can go to the next slide, Devin. So as George mentioned, about 400 feet south of the project, we found out after our surveys that the office building is actually 83% occupied. There's access on Alcazar and Salcedo Street to that parking garage. Approximately, there are 568 parking spaces. And What we found out on that Thursday was the peak was at noon. There were 352 parked cars, about 216 available spaces. And then as expected, and this use here being a residential use is a very good mix with an office use, because as folks leave the office building and go home, the parking garage starts to empty. And as residents come back to our project, the garage will have plenty of available parking. As you can see at 6 p.m., there's actually almost 400 available parking spaces. You go to the next one, Devin. And then we quickly looked at what happens if the office is 100% occupied. Offices never are. They're generally 90 to 95 is generally considered full occupancy. Same thing at the peak at noon, 144 spaces, 6 p.m., 355 spaces. Plenty of available capacity in this parking garage. Staff has reviewed our documentation, our report, and has agreed with the conclusions. And I'll be here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Hamed Rodriguez, office at 275 Minorca, immediately next door to this project. We enjoy this project. We think it's an enhancement to the Central Business District. We think that it anchors this corner, and the opportunity to do this with the remote parking gives us the availability to have a much more toned down base. As you know, the base height is 45 feet, and after that the step backs occur. Well, our base is actually less than 36 feet because we did not need to use it to create a parking podium. And instead of having a bays of 27 to 28 feet in width structurally, we're closer to 25, so we have more of a human scale. And we lowered the base there, so as you can see, so the proportions of the residential units above that are more in play with the size of the building. So we feel that the building, with the fact that we went for Mediterranean bonus level 2, and we're proposing a design which is Spanish influenced. And so the idea here was to create the balconies and the use and views of this urban environment, and have a liner building or a liner base that is very elegant and inviting to the retail. We have retail facing both sides, the Minorca side halfway through, and fully on the Salcedo side. Again, if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you.
So I think briefly you saw the process that we've gone through. I think Hamed has done a great job of trying to design a small-scale building that fits very nice within the context of this area. This project was very well received by the Board of Architects and also by your Historic Preservation Board, who both reviewed and unanimously approved this project prior to this board. As I mentioned, staff is recommending approval with certain conditions. My client has reviewed those conditions, and we're in agreement with all of them, and we would ask that you recommend approval of this project to City Commission. With that, we'll conclude our presentation, and I'd like to just save 2 minutes for rebuttal at the end, and thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question before I open it up for public comment. We didn't touch much on the TDRs.
Correct.
How many?
So we are purchasing, we would, if approved, would be purchasing 9,000 square feet of TDRs.
Okay. 9,000 square feet of additional TDRs.
Yes, correct.
To the building. And that gives you, at 9,000 square feet, what size, your average size of unit?
It's about, so I'll have Hamed come up. The TDRs are all filling in within the allowable envelope. I'll have Hamed confirm exactly the unit sizes for this.
Right. The minimum unit size that we are allowed is 500. We're over 500. We probably average closer to 750 to 800 square feet.
Thank you.
I have one more question. You say you're going to have an agreement with the parking garage.
Correct.
How long is that agreement going to be for?
We have not negotiated that agreement yet, but if the board has a recommendation for that, I don't think your city code actually has a limit. Obviously, we would prefer a longer-term agreement, but from what we understand, that building was just completely refurbished and released, so they have no plans to do anything with that building, and the garage is available for us. So if the board has a recommendation on the term that they would like to see for that agreement, that is something we'll definitely consider and try to do.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go ahead and open it up for public comment. Jill? I'm sorry, staff. I apologize. I was jumping ahead.
Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. If I got the PowerPoint, please. I'm sharing it right now. Please work. Thanks. All right, so we have two requests today for this project. The conditional use for remote parking as well as the TDR request. I'll get into that really quick. As we know, it's across the street on Alcazar and Salcedo at the northeast intersection. Here's an aerial looking down. You can see it's across the street from the Codina Sofia development to the west, a smaller office building to the south west, and the police station to the south. And to north is our apartment buildings, and to the directly east are office buildings. The current future land use map designation is commercial mid-rise intensity, and the zoning is MX2, and they're both within the central business district. This is a street view showing the area. Right now, it's a surface parking lot. And their first request is for conditional use for remote parking. This is a view of the site plan. You can see the existing alley. It's going one way westbound on the north side, the upper side of the site plan. The loading and delivery areas are happening along that internal driveway they're creating on the east side of the property, as well as a little drop-off pickup area that comes out of that internal drive. It's commercial. It's facing Salcedo as well as facing Menorca, and on-street parking to remain on Salcedo. Sorry, I can't see this. Perfect. Right now, the density in our CBD is unlimited. They're proposing to have 45 units at this property with about 4,800 square feet of ground floor commercial retail. And with the parking requirements, we're expecting, I guess, the worst case scenario for parking requirements. They are proposing a condo hotel use. So for one bedrooms, we are expecting those one bedrooms to be overnight accommodation to the higher parking requirement at 1 1/8 per room. So that'll be 39 spaces. And the two bedrooms, expecting the worst case scenario, we're basically using our requirement of a two bedroom, which is 1.75 per bedroom. So a total is 56 spaces for those 45 units that they're proposing. And the remote parking they're proposing to be at 255 Alhambra, and that's exactly 330 feet south of the property, so it's just south of here, of where we are right now. And the second request is for the TDRs. They're requesting 9,049 square feet of TDRs. The plan is to purchase those from the city, from our larger pot of historic TDRs that we have available to be able to fund our historic buildings in the city. The building height is not being affected by the additional TDRs and square footage. It's only making the building a bit fatter and at a 4.375 FAR. An image of the building, you can see that most of the mass is on the ground, I guess at the base of the building, as I think it was 30-something feet before the step back. It's an aerial view looking northeast, bird's eye view. You can see the Codina Sofia building on the bottom of it, to the left of this rendering, and the police station to the right of this rendering. So the project went to be reviewed by a DRC to receive comments from our staff in June of this year. They went to Board of Architects a couple of times and received approval in September. They received approval from the Historic Preservation Board in October. They had a the neighborhood meeting as required by the zoning code in late October. They were reviewed by the Parking Advisory Board in late November, and here we are today for this Planning Zoning Board meeting. They are scheduled to be on tomorrow's agenda for the School Community Relationship Committee as required, since they are within 1,000 feet of a public school. So as you can see here, that red dot is the property, and you can see 1,000 feet radius, and it's including Gables Prep, which is off to the east of the property. So we've sent out letters 3 times for the neighborhood meeting, Historic Preservation Board, and for this meeting tonight. The property's been posted 4 times. The website has been posted 5 times for all those public hearings, or public meetings rather, and 2 times for a newspaper advertisement. Staff's determination is consistent with the comp plan as far as the goal objective of our downtown and encouraging mix of uses in our downtown. I recommend approval with conditions. Those conditions are outlined in your staff report, but the highlights are that to maintain circulation, both vehicular and pedestrian circulation on the sidewalks and alleys be maintained during construction. So we don't have any street closures, any sidewalk closures or any alley closures, as we need that alley to remain open during construction. Pedestrian and streetscape improvements on Salcedo and Minorca, including a crosswalk and 4-way stop as approved by the county at the intersection of Salcedo and Minorca, to include also landscapes and bump outs. Alley improvements, including the signage and any underground of adjacent utilities along the alley. And then after construction, basically clarifying that deliveries and loading and pickup and drop off would be prohibited within the alley. We need to make sure that alleyway is clear at all times. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill, do we have any speakers in chambers for this project?
Yes, Mr. Diego?
How many speakers do we have in chambers?
Actually, 1, and no one on Zoom.
Okay.
Keep this real brief. I'm in support of this project.
If you could state your name and address, please.
Sorry, Diego Tejeda, 265 Grape Tree Drive. Frequent the Gables almost daily, and I think it's a great addition to the CBD, and I'm in support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Chief Hudak.
Thank you all. Ed Hudak, Chief of Police, Coral Gables, 2151 Salcedo. On behalf of the Police Department, the one consideration, and we agree with our Planning and Zoning Department, that this is a beautiful facility that you're considering, taking into consideration our emergency responses, the traffic issues that we have in this area, the fact that the remote parking, I believe the diagram has it further down, but it's actually on Alcazar. So you are now going to have traffic, additional traffic back up to the entrance, the only entrance to the police department, and the exit and entrance to the fire department on the south side of this building, which goes up there. So our concern is not so much the design of the building, but we wanted to make sure that planning was, although our colleagues at the city and talking with the manager's office, we just wanted to make sure that you all are aware that we do have a concern about the size of that. And again, the 8 stories, we do have some additional security considerations on having to relocate some of our security cameras around this building, because we're going to be looking right in those bedrooms. And that is a security concern from us. And looking at IACP, when we did this, put this building together, we took that into consideration of that open space area. I understand, the right to build, but I needed to make sure on behalf of the police department that we've got some concerns just with the traffic alone. There's 4 parking garages that empty onto this street. So between this garage, the new city garage, the high rise to the north, and the high rise to the end, the only way that we can go north during rush hour traffic is north on Salcedo from these buildings, because you can only make a right-hand turn on Ponce at that point into a school zone. So we are concerned, even if it is commuter-type traffic on the trips, if you will, as well as any kind of backup into the design, into this driveway, which is right across the street. You can look out the door, backs up into the police department exit and entrance. And we are a 24/7 operation, so that has been concerns raised on our side. Again, building looks very nice, but we are concerned about, we've seen an increase in the traffic accidents already, both at Salcedo at the intersection, a near fatality at Alcazar and that. So I'm not going to speak for the fire department, but the entrances to those garage are on Salcedo and coming out of Alcazar. We actually used the same garage before this one was done. So the density input is going to add a traffic concern for us and the safety to respond efficiently from the police department. So,
Thank you, Chief. Any other speakers?
No, no more speakers.
None in Zoom
No.
and none on the phone platform? I'll go ahead and close it for public comment. Mr. Navarro?
Thank you. Just before I begin, I'd just like to take a moment to say how much I respect the police chief and his concerns, and how much I appreciate all he does for this community, and obviously his years of public service. We take the police chief's concerns very seriously, and our team has an opportunity to meet with him on various occasions to discuss our project. In response to the concerns, we've made several commitments and changes to our project. Obviously, I think it's important to understand that is zoned for commercial development. It's privately owned, and it's within the CBD. It's a very important corner, and something will be redeveloped there. It's not a question of if, but a question of what. And I think this is probably the least intense of the projects you could have. Not only from a design perspective, because we could have a parking garage there. We've basically picking up the parking garage and moving it over here further away from the police station. We all know that what generates traffic is the parking pedestal. So that's one of the things we've done. But also a few others that I like to highlight here. The first thing we did is when we originally started this project at the outset, we had considered and were requesting to use the city garage right next door. From what I recall, at the time that garage was built, it was built with excess parking, and we thought it was a great location directly across the street, obviously very convenient. But we understand the police chief's concerns along Minorca. And that is where, with those concerns being raised, and from the recommendation that we received from the Parking Advisory Board, where they preferred that we used a private garage rather than a city garage, those two items had us basically change our remote parking location to the one you have today. So all future residents of this project will no longer be driving on Minorca. They'll be driving on Alcazar, but at some point, this is a property that needs to be accessed and will be accessed in some way. And that goes to my second point. One of the things that we did as well is, even though it's not required by your code, this project triggers such a minimal number of trips that it does not rise to the level of requiring a traffic study. We went ahead and voluntarily did a traffic study working with the your traffic staff in order to analyze and study the volumes of traffic that would be on Minorca and the adjacent streets, specifically in front of the police building. And Mr. Tim Plummer can explain that study in detail if this board has any questions. But the findings were that this project would have minimal impacts to the area. And I think that goes to the design of the project, how we have picked up the parking garage and moved it, which will be the traffic generator, but also in the use. We're talking about a very low impact use. This is a use where you have residential units that are tailored to people that live in the CBD. People like to walk in this area. They may live close to work. We've known the great efforts Coral Gables has made moving international businesses and corporate headquarters into downtown. Many people in this area want to walk to work or take the trolley to work, so there's a less reduction on the vehicle. Also, the fact that some of these units have the ability for overnight accommodations, people that come and stay in these units, that buy these units or rent these units, they may not be here all year long, and they'll have the opportunity to rent these units to people that, for the large part, don't rely on vehicles. So from a use perspective, we're also talking about a very low impact use in terms of what could be built here. one item, and it's a condition of your staff report that we have committed to provide after much consideration, is we have committed to construct a four-way stop sign right there at that intersection. And what that's going to do is that it's going to be able to force cars traveling on Minorca to stop on Salcedo and create a gap that does not exist today. I just saw a car zoom by right now. Force cars to stop, which will create a gap that will facilitate ingress and egress from all these garages. And we will construct that on our own. And lastly, and I think it's something that Jennifer showed on her PowerPoint, but we did not highlight, is that even though it's not required by the code, there was a concern about Ubers and pickups and deliveries and services. And one of the things that we did is that even though a paseo is not required, we have created a completely internalized pickup and drop-off lane that has a sufficient clearance, it's 14 feet high, to accommodate any Amazon truck, any UPS truck, any kind of, even though residents aren't driving to this building, anybody that comes to this building will not be taken off the street and onto our property. And we went ahead and incorporated that into our project to try and alleviate some of the chief's concerns regarding traffic. So I just want to thank the chief again for all his input on this project and for coming out to speak tonight. We look forward to continuing to work with him. This is, not the conclusion of those discussions, but we have a commitment to continue to work with him, not just now, but also during construction. And like I mentioned, something will be built here, and we think that of all the possibilities, this is probably the least impactful in terms of traffic. For instance, one of the things that being in the CBD, you could have a building that has 1.45 FAR with no parking. You don't have to provide any parking, no payment to the parking trust fund, and there could be a 10,000 square foot restaurant built right across the street. It could be Bashur, Hillstones, any type of those restaurants, which Mr. Plummer looked at a report, and it would actually double the amount of daily trips and double the amount of traffic in the peak PM hours than this project would. And that project wouldn't have to go through a thorough review process like this one. That one is permitted due to the size of this lot without even a conditional use. And that's, one of the alternatives. Another thing that could happen is that this whole site could be aggregated. There's multiple properties here, and you could have a large-scale project, which is, I think, what this remote parking legislation was trying to avoid, with its own parking garage and a ton of units with access on Minorca. Direct garage access, which I think is something that we're all trying to avoid, especially in light of the chief's comments. So as I mentioned, we've designed this project fully in accordance with the code. We're not asking for anything that's not allowed within the CBD or that hasn't been approved for other properties in the CBD. We check off all the boxes, and we hope that we could have your favorable consideration of this request, and our entire team is here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I have a quick question before he steps out.
And I do too.
You want to go first? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Navarro, you said that the city is viewing this as a hotel. Was that an accurate statement?
So from a parking perspective, it is. So these are residential units. People will have the ability to live here all year if they like, right? This is a residential building, but there are a lot of people that only live here part of the year, right? Snowbirds or people that just come down. And this gives the ability to put your unit into a pool. This isn't like everybody gets to rent their own unit. There's a centrally managed company that if you are not going to be here, you could put it into that pool, and it is rented as a hotel. And the idea is, as Hamed mentioned, these are larger units. There's a lot of international businesses in this area. A lot of people come down here for travel, and some people want to stay in a more private, larger unit that's more boutique, that has a lot of amenities rather than stay in your typical hotel. And it gives those people that may not be here all year long the ability to rent it out. So,
okay, but let's take, for instance, there's 45 units. If
yes,
all
correct.
45 were rented as a hotel, okay, rented out as hotel space, wouldn't that increase the traffic because of Ubers and Lyfts and other vehicles coming and going? Did you take that into consideration when you did this traffic study?
I'm going to have Tim Plummer come up and explain, but that is why we have this dedicated drop-off lane that I spoke. Now, practically speaking, in these units, there's no possibility that all these units are rented out as once. That's, unlikely. But from a parking perspective and things, that is, obviously taking the worst case scenario, that is the way that we calculated parking is, I think, how Jennifer mentioned.
And because this might be hotel, do you have service people that will be coming to work?
So this is a residential building. There'll be some units that will be leased out for shorter term. So I want to go back to, this is not a hotel, it's a residential building. Now, in order to provide the types of things you need to ensure that this, this is a luxury building, operates as such, we have a central management company that will do these reservations. So they're all done through a company that could control all this. And then secondly, we do have 24-hour front desk. So if there's ever an issue, someone in the building calls the front desk and our management company can address
What, do you have
it.
maid service?
No.
This is short-term rentals.
It's resort transient use. as
Exactly.
Defined by the
Yeah,
state.
somebody's coming down, they want to, mostly the people that use these are people that are coming to visit downtown Coral Gables, maybe for 3 days for a series of meetings, for a conference, and people want to stay there. But
No, I understand that,
Yeah,
but when you
it's not
said
a-
the city is viewing this as a hotel, somebody could rent it for a night.
yeah, correct.
Many
yeah.
people could rent it just for one night. So you would have a lot of transients and potentially a lot of traffic because they need to get around, right?
So usually the way that it works is that they will be dropped off here, right? And normally when you're at a hotel, yeah, you could take an Uber, but the point of this whole downtown is to be able to walk around, whether it's to work, whether it's to one of the offices, a restaurant. I mean, the
No,
whole.
I get
yeah,
that,
the
but
whole-
when I'm looking at your, and only part of your egress is covered and on the property. The other part of your egress is a public alleyway, correct?
Which is, yeah, the code actually promotes you to use the alleys as
Okay.
part of your.
But I'm looking at your drawings and I'm seeing like one vehicle can get through. What if there's an Amazon truck parked there?
Let me
Where-
pull it up
doesn't
for
that
you so I
back
could
up
show
your-
you. We did create a bypass lane.
Okay.
Robert, while they're pulling that up, is there a quick question you
Yeah.
want to ask?
The Sophia project is literally right across the street on the other side. Did you try to secure parking in that building that it was gonna eliminate or minimize the impact on Alcazar?
So the concern was at some point, this is a property that needs to have access. It's either Minorca or Alcazar. There's no other streets. So the idea was at the beginning when we had, even if we have Sophia, we're still on Minorca.
Yeah, but George, there's a different, you got the entrances to the garage on Alcazar, which is more congested than if you had it on Minorca.
Yeah, so that's, the garage actually has an entrance as well along the side. It's got two entrances, so it's not just the main entrance to that garage is just Alcazar. It has actually on the Alhambra side as well. Salcedo, sorry, I got spun around.
There's an entrance and exit on Salcedo and out.
Yeah, so that one has double the ability to kind of.
So the question, was that an effort made to look at spaces in that building?
I'm being told yes, it was, and I don't know if is that a condominium building?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Robert?
Was an effort made to try to get parking in that garage instead of the 255 garage?
Well, we have a representative here from the Sophia. Maybe that gentleman can answer that question.
No. I'm sorry, Joe Jimenez with offices at 2020 Salcedo Street. I'm not here in any way representing the Sophia. I just did
you're
know,
against-
I was asked about it.
You're against the
Sophia-
project.
Huh?
You're against the project.
I am not against it. The Sophia is, being a newer building, the parking of the Sophia, which takes both the Sophia residential building and the office building, does not leave sufficient parking for this accommodation. The 255 building, built at a different time, was much more over-parked back then under a city code that is no longer in place today. Less parking is required. The Sophia was not able to provide parking. I know because I'm the one that asked. So.
Thank you.
just for the record.
He's my expert witness.
All right. What I'd like to do, Chip, would you start us off?
Did you say there was going to be some retail?
So we have ground floor commercial. We don't know whether it be retail or office, but it's a small amount. It's 4,800 square feet.
So how is the park? I know the parking's calculated. If I have a 2-bedroom, I get 1 3/4 cars to park. So how do you figure that parking in?
So in the CBD, that's a great question. The ground floor commercial is exempt.
Okay. So if I have a 2-bedroom and I really want 2 cars because I can't drive a 3/4 of a car, what's the program? Do you have the opportunity to extend the number of spaces to 60, 65 for additional folks that want?
The way that it's being approved, it's a minimum of 56. Now, this parking garage is unique. It's a huge garage. So there is an ability for that, but also the city does sell in this area resident passes that you could purchase as well.
Would it make sense if the requirement was raised to 60 to accommodate some additional car? I don't know. I'm just thinking it would be in your best interest to do something like that, I would think.
Yeah.
Because you're probably going to charge the tenants or your owners for the space.
Yeah, so the way that it works is if it's a condominium, obviously the HOA will be paying that. But if it's a rental project, then the owner will pay it. But I think that's something that we would be okay with. Obviously, I have to check with the ownership. But I think we expect to require less parking based on our calculations. But I know that our calculations are not the ones we're going by. But to have that flexibility, I could check with my client. I think it's something we could accommodate. The good thing is that there's so much parking in that building that if we needed more, we could get. One of the things I was trying to think about was if you grabbed our building and you put it on top of that building, under today's code, we would still have surplus spaces. So it's one of those unique situations where we have such a large garage with so much parking.
You know, I just want to interrupt for 1 second. You know, in your application, it says 53 parking spaces, not 56.
So those were our calculations. But like I said, we calculated it off of the worst case scenario. So it became 56. That's a great catch. That was our calculations. But the city has a stricter way of looking at it. And we're okay with that.
Chip, are you done?
I'm done. That was it.
Okay.
And while I'm at it, just one more question.
Why don't you go next?
Okay, I noticed bump outs. Is that removing on-street parking? Are the bump outs removing on-street parking?
I can clarify that. So no, we're not removing any on-street parking. The 3 spaces that are there right now on Salcedo will remain the same. It's basically just landscaping the bump outs that are there right now, which are mostly concrete. And also along Minorca, there's striped area, so they'll be expanding the sidewalk and allowing landscape along there as well. But there'll be no loss of on-street parking.
All right. And maybe you have that slide, by the way, while I'm at it, that you were going to bring up regarding the egress situation.
It should be sharing on our computer.
You had that up before.
I wanted to follow up on your point. That was a question that many residents raised when they went to our meeting. They wanted to make sure that we were not removing any on-street parking. And what we're doing is we're beautifying the sidewalk, but those spaces, we've done the bulb outs to provide that beautiful landscaping while preserving the existing number of spaces.
Okay.
You know, there were several residents that came that were supportive of the project, but that was their one thing they wanted to make sure.
And do the bump outs with landscaping count towards your green space requirement?
I believe they might.
They might. So,
because one of the things with these 10,000 square foot lots, this is a very small project in
Right.
terms of, to get the circulation and everything that you need for all this, and the fact that we basically have a dedicated, which I hope I can show you, drop-off lane. We are getting, I could confirm the exact percentage. I don't think it's a ton of percentage. We're probably over. One of the things that city planning staff wanted to ensure, if you look right outside, we have a very beautiful sidewalk. And we wanted to mirror that all along Salcedo. So,
and I get that, except that you're taking public right-of-way in order to fulfill your green space requirement.
correct. But in a project like this, right, I think having it in the right-of-way and matching what is there today provides a lot more continuity in downtown. And, something that people could see and enjoy when they're walking in downtown, as opposed to having a small 25 square foot green area in the back of our property or
No,
something.
I get that. I'm all for beauty
Yeah.
too. But it's your beauty on my public property, and I might not want the tree that you plant there on my public property. It's your way of getting around using your property instead of you're using my property.
So if we did that, then the sidewalk would just be your typical sidewalk. I think if you see it, what we're proposing, this would be one of those situations where the benefit of what we're giving to the public realm is going to be enjoyed, as opposed to something, I don't think we're talking a large number of square feet, but what we're doing is, and it's not easy, because once you touch that sidewalk, you got to redo the whole sidewalk.
Look, I
Mr.
get it,
Hermes
but
is here, he'll tell you.
we keep getting projects here using public right-of-way for your benefit. Because now you don't have to put that tree on your property, you're putting it on my property. We see this happening all the time. This is nonsense, and we've got to stop this. It's an abuse of the public's property.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. I know that sometimes that's like something we do, but in downtown, we're able to create, now in this area, we're able to put larger trees and really create something special. So it's not, I completely agree with you, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Some projects are using it to completely offset. I think in this case, it's really to beautify downtown.
All right, George. You said you had a traffic study that you would
I'm going to
reveal.
introduce Mr. Tim Plummer,
Okay.
our traffic expert. And then I promise I will get this image up for you at some point, once we figure out our IT situation over here.
Yes. You have a question?
Yes, Mr. Navarro said that you actually did a traffic study with other considerations other than we're not doing a traffic study because the trip evaluation doesn't warrant one?
Yes. In our package that we submitted to the city and the city reviewed, we did a look at what the trip generation was and the impacts to the roadway adjacent to the project. There was a concern about potential queuing on the back to the roadway system, and that's just not the case. The traffic is so minimal. The peak hours are about 20 trips. That's one trip every 3 minutes.
Okay, were you considering increase in Ubers, taxis?
It all goes into the studies, all of that.
And you did it one day, you did it?
Well, you do a typical weekday is how we do it in our professional. You do
Okay.
a typical weekday.
Do you know what day that was? Was it, you know what,
It's
was it a
typical-
holiday?
It's generally considered a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, never a holiday.
Okay.
We don't do any traffic studies or take traffic counts during holidays because those traffic patterns are a little abnormal. People aren't coming into the CBD during holidays.
So you basically did a trip evaluation, not a traffic study?
It was a traffic impact study to see if there was any queuing that would come back onto Menorca.
Okay.
And the conclusions were no, because
Okay,
the
so-
volumes
so-
are so minimal.
So we're looking at the ingress there, where this is where everybody is going to be queuing up, dropping off, et cetera, shopping, whatever. You have the one ingress there, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and how wide is that, by the way?
It's at least 15 feet wide for the fire trucks.
Okay. At 14 feet high, you said?
I
That's
believe-
going to get a fire truck in there?
Yeah.
Is it?
But the fire truck will not go in there anyways. The fire
Okay.
truck will not go there.
Okay.
It'll stay on the street.
Four-
Yeah, you
14
don't-
Yeah,
feet.
they'll
you
stay
don't
on the
want it to
street likely, but
All
they're
right.
certainly not going under the 14 feet of cover.
Oh, okay, so where is the entrance here? It's hard to, is it like in the middle of the project there?
It's on the east end.
No, the entrance to the building, it's in the middle of the project there?
I can't even see that. I was trying to. So the entrance to the project is, does this thing work? No. Okay, so if you look at where the north arrow signal is on the left, it is right up that curb cut. You can see the curb cut right there. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I see
Where the
curb
gray
cut.
is.
Yeah, George is going to point to it over here.
Okay, okay. So,
Wait. Can we take this mic here? Sure. We don't have but I want it to be on.
okay, but the people are going to be coming in here, right, to drop off?
This is gonna work out well. And they'll go through the sidewalk there.
I know this room is difficult for everyone with respect to this, but you really need to speak into the mic because we're recording this, and if we're not on the mic, then you're not being heard.
I'm going to point to the entrance for the vehicular entrance.
No, I got that, but people are now getting out of their cars to drop off something. Where do they go into the building? Okay, and where's the entrance to the building on that side? Or do they have to come back on?
They come back on the sidewalk and they have dual entrance, one from the street and one from the drop-off area. So they could go directly from the drop-off into the building.
Okay, yeah, they can, okay. So how, gotcha. So how many cars will this accommodate? Like, if you have 3 Ubers waiting to pick people up, you have an Amazon driver, you have whatever, how many cars can that accommodate?
I believe it could be up to 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
At a
It's
time?
3 or, it's actually 3 or 4
3 or 4 at a time, okay?
before you spill back onto the sidewalk.
What about the moving truck?
Sure. I mean, there's always going to be situations, all you have to do is walk around Coral Gables, where it's never going to be perfect. What we're trying to do is look at the typical scenario for how this functions. And that's how this is going to function. And our studies show there's going to be no backup onto Menorca. The city has reviewed it and seen all of our studies, and that's how it works. Well, will there be an Uber driver that stops on Menorca? Yeah, maybe. We can't control that.
How
Got
come
the
you don't
chief
have
in.
how come you don't have a loading space?
So will people come in and will there be moving trucks? Yeah, occasionally there'll be moving trucks.
Yeah, and to Felix's point, is there a loading area, unloading area? Yeah, you know, and here the police chief is telling us it's already a congested situation. You get a moving truck taking a travel lane because there is no parking that can accommodate a moving truck. Pardon me?
So some of the issues that we incur, especially downtown, is if a truck is actively loading, unloading, they can take a lane of traffic. We see it already. Again, our concerns are not with the design, other than the fact that we've got 4 other businesses that are dropping off every day. They're using some of this space already. Our concern, I should say, from the police department side, is that we have to be able to get out of this building 24/7. And whether it's not necessarily delivery here, but kind of downtown, we had to take extraordinary measures to find where we can put tractor trailers that are dropping things off. If they stop on Salcedo, they can stop on Salcedo and actively unload. We cannot enforce that. To Tim's point, no matter what you build, I have to enforce, and that's where the challenges come in on both sides.
Well, that's one thing that's definitely something I'm concerned about, and I'm concerned about stacking, because if this is a very transient situation, and it's not typical. I'm sorry, Mr. Plummer said this is a typical. It's not typical. It's atypical. This is potentially a total transient operation that you're running, okay? It's not people living there for years. It's people coming and going.
Yeah, but they come throughout the day. It's not like a residential building where everybody exits at 8 a.m.
To my point, because you started this by saying people are going to go to work, their cars are going to be parked, there's not going to be any traffic. And that's not the case, not with a hotel.
So this is in terms of a project that's being proposed. It's 45 units. This is a very small number of units. Majority of these people are going, the reason you move into the CBD is to walk to work, live close to where you work, walk to the restaurants. That's why people move into downtown.
I got it, but this is not a residential. This is a combination of residential.
It's a combination. So the other half, right, are going to be coming down here to do work in downtown. They may take an Uber, but not everybody leaves from the hotel like you do in a residential building between the peak hours. It's staggered throughout. We did a study to show that the amount of spaces that we have able to queue there is sufficient. This was reviewed by the city, this queuing study. And that is a number of spaces that they said based on our project that we would need. Now, with the issue of loading, other than an Amazon truck that I think Amazon just comes whatever, but the way that we will allow move-ins, we could work on that and have it to make sure that it's coordinated. We don't expect, once you move into this building, right, and the furniture usually stays there, it'll be a period where it wraps up, and then those units will remain furnished even if you rent them or if you live there long-term. But we could work on, considering the police station is right here, on the hours for when those loadings are allowed, to make sure that
during the least impactful hours, but also in a reasonable time. We don't want somebody to move in at
You know,
midnight.
that's not really enforceable. But one other question, Mr. Navarro, and this has nothing to do with TDRs or the parking. Are those sliding glass doors and windows with Juliet balconies?
Thank you. Hamed Rodriguez, architect, 275 Minorca. Those are actually casement windows, so they're not real doors. So what we did is we did a combination so there wouldn't be a sliding glass door because it's a little hokey. We can't do the interior doors because of our wind criteria here. So what we did is we did a glass panel to make it seem like a door, not a blank part of stucco, and then casement windows, which have a lot of detail.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you. Felix?
So many questions, so little time. When I looked at the application, I like the idea. I understand it. You're not using the parking pedestal, which is, you know, the same as the Biltmore. There's no parking pedestal. You know, when you look at the history of that particular parcel, the deal that was made between the public parking lot that was here and the rest of it, it was swapped and things happened, and that's fine. The problem is that nobody really thought about getting emergency vehicles out of here and police vehicles. It's a real problem. The good thing is that on your site plan is that you're going north, not south. And because you're going north, it becomes a natural relief point. I would suggest strongly that you add a loading zone, and you add it on the north side. By adding a loading zone, a dedicated loading zone on the north side, you're going to have trucks, like moving trucks, that are going to be there for not a short duration of time, as the chief said, but for a much longer duration of time. People are moving, they're unloading, 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 loading. This is not the Amazon guy that's trying to break a record. The streets are so narrow here. The right-of-ways are so inappropriate for this type of development, and most of the existing development that you have here, that it becomes a problem where you can't get a doggone car in there without losing a mirror. We're lying to ourselves if we think that's the case. But the redeeming value is that by having something that doesn't have a pedestal, it does bring it down to a point. I found that some of the staff comments and recommendations were alarming. And I will go through just a few of those. Just first of all, to understand and wrap my head around this. In the city of Coral Gables, it used to be that if you had a hotel, it was a hotel. I understand that there's a business plan that is a little different today. We've already seen it across from the high school, one of the projects that is being built there. And again, it's now becoming the new norm. So back in the day, if you had a hotel, you had a hotel. If you had an apartment building, you had an apartment building. The calculations for parking, et cetera, and many of the uses were completely different. Now the lines are so blurred, I can't tell the difference. So that's, I think, a bona fide question that Sue had. The other thing is that based on one of the original comments that was made as a preamble to our accepting the minutes and getting into the agenda, is that when this application went to the BOA for the bonuses, was the BOA told you should look at this project only for the sheer aesthetics of it and not the massing or anything else as has been done before, which was brought up specifically on Tuesday before the commission. The reason that's important is because there is a procedural problem that we have, that when it comes before us, it says here clearly, over and over, Board of Architects review and approval, subject to Section 5-100, Design Review Standards. That is not true. Massing is in there. The stepping down of buildings is in there. And that's been run around on an end around when it comes to actually looking at the massing and how the massing works. I particularly don't like the design of the building, but that's just my personal opinion. And the reason is because across the street, what Codina did do was that he provided some colonnades that are human scale. The scale and the massing of this project, of the colonnade that you have there into the public right-of-way, it's about 3 stories tall, 36 feet. There's no reason for that. And by the way, what Codina did do was he did put barrel tile, and he did have a slope, and it looks a lot more Mediterranean than this does. Again, that's my personal opinion. That's why it seems to me kind of strange that this Board of Architects didn't request much more than what they did to grant 2 levels of Mediterranean bonuses. I have a problem with that.
So to the,
If I could finish, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah.
That way you could address all my comments, tell me how wrong I am. I get that. Here's the problem that I have. I think the application, I think is a good application, but I think it still needs work, my personal opinion. Now, with staff, well, wait a minute. Before I get to that, what the med bonus does is it makes you go, or it allows you to go from 70 feet to 97 feet. That's 27 feet. By going 27 feet, that's almost 3 stories in height. Immediately to the north of this particular project, just on that side, that is not mixed use over there, at least not yet, thank God. And it's MF2. What happens with the MF2 over there is remarkable because that's the urban infill area. Keep in mind that all the streets going north, south, east, west are very small right-of-ways where you could barely fit a fire truck and a regular car going through any of those streets because of the parallel parking, which is essential to all the residential area to the north. Bad planning. It says over and over, the site lies in a traditional area between the high-rise and mid-rise commercial properties of downtown. It does not. The downtown is over there. These are single-family residential. All this area, the North Gables apartment district, is really affordable housing for people that work in the city of Coral Gables and elsewhere. It's crazy. We're looking at things like Live Local, where we want to make affordable housing, but we're going to knock all these things down and then just do whatever the hell we want. I think that's wrong. That's me personally. And it also says, and the medium-density multifamily residential properties in the North Gables apartment neighborhood. That's next. This is going to be a complete obliteration of these neighborhoods and the character and the fabric that we have. When you drive down, going north toward 8th Street, you have a beautiful tree canopy, which is in the public right-of-way. And these trees shade. It's beautiful. Whether it's summer or winter, it makes it pleasant. And you see the residents there walking their dogs, etc. We're going to lose that. Now, with all due respect to the Board of Architects, me sitting on this board, I have the ability to say my piece when it comes to massing, scale, and compatibility. And I think that it can be redone in a better way. The other thing that hasn't been discussed is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. What is that? Well, you're adding TDRs, 9,000 some odd square feet. You're adding the 2 bonuses. That's a lot. You're taking out the pedestal of parking, which is great. But at the same time, the building is bursting at the seams. And therefore, there's very little push and pull because we're trying to get the last possible square foot there. I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the idea. I don't have a problem with what the developer is trying to do it. I just have a problem with how it's being done. The falsehood of TDRs. The TDRs were first brought up to be of a contribution to be able to restore historic buildings. Right now, we have problems with historic buildings in the city of Coral Gables. At $40 or whatever it is per TDR times 9,000, that's $36,000. Maybe you could get maybe 2, 3, 4 hardware sets.
Yeah, so the
I'm sorry, someone said something?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I got it. The amount to purchase the TDRs, obviously the city has a higher rate. It would be $360,000.
It's 9,000 times
It's
40,
9,000 times $40.
All right.
Sorry,
So
Just a
360,000.
slight zero.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. So, Robert, you told me $81,000 doesn't go very long to preserve the water tower, you know. So what I'm trying to say is the 9,000 square feet, when you divide it by the minimum square footage that you were calculating before, is X amount of units. But again, you're adding the density, you're adding more and more and more. And then it's basically straight down, and it's very difficult. You know, it just so happens that across the street, I think Codina did a very good job. He did a good job. He's got an office building. It works as well as it can.
I think that property is so large that you have that flexibility. With these smaller lots, and it's very difficult to be able to develop.
Right, but I really didn't want to get into a debate yet. But what I'm trying to say is that that particular project has its own parking in it.
Correct.
Once you take that out, you have the Biltmore, which has only surface parking except for the little office component that was built later.
You're 100% right.
Okay, just saying.
I agree.
So the streetscape improvement, when the code gets changed over and over and over, it becomes almost laughable. The amount of ground floor area that we have is 1,144 square feet. If you take the cube root of that, it's 33.8 foot by 33.8 foot. That's like from here to that wall, squared. So when those people are there, living there, there are no parks. There's no infrastructure for those people to have a nice area to go and sit there with their kids, walk their dogs, sit down at a bench. This is something that has been condoned by our own planning department, and I think it's wrong. Over and over, I see in staff's recommendations consistencies with the city's comprehensive plan. And there's only a term that says compliance with the zoning code. So if the zoning code to the north of us is MF2, why should we be concerned about the consistency of that type of lifestyle there? I cannot understand, and I would like staff to explain to me, that the applicant is going from an FAR of 3.0 to 3.5. Is that simply Mediterranean bonus level 1 and 2?
Yes.
So there we have approximately 10,340 additional square feet when you add the TDRs to it, correct? Okay. So I originally, when I looked at the application, had reservations about the parking. But taking the parking and splitting it over to somewhere else, which is a walkable distance, I'm good with that. I think that the comments that the chief came up are very appropriate and have to be addressed before I vote for this application. I think going north and then putting a loading zone on the north side will then make sure that people that are going to be there for a longer period of time of loading and unloading are going to be on the street to the north of the emergency center. And I think that's extremely important. I may differ as far as the amount of ingress and egress into the parking structure that belongs to the building that that you all are going to be using. I think if you have enough, those amount of parking spaces will dissipate. But the problem that we have is we have a big problem of congestion, which impedes emergency vehicle movement, both police and fire. And I don't think that should be on the table. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I said I had a few comments.
Mr. Pardo, if I could.
Please continue.
So, when I saw the evaluation, I said it embraces Mediterranean architecture. This project does not embrace Mediterranean architecture. I don't mean to insult the architect. I don't mean to insult the Board of Architects. That's just my opinion. It doesn't do enough to make it look like that. But I know that the developer is very capable of really doing a better job. And I think if they do a better job and they look at the massing and they look at these suggestions, I don't have a problem voting for this application, but not the way it's presented this evening. And the staff's recommendation also said that the proposed building's density, bulk, size, area, and use are fully consistent with the development standards permitted for the property. That is not true. And the reason I say that is not true is because I don't think that this is the best massing. I don't think it's has been done correctly. And I don't think that the loading areas, by being omitted, was really what we wanted to do. We have a trash area there, and it could easily incorporate another use right next to it for loading and unloading where it becomes dedicated. My concern has to do with the suggestion of putting something that's dedicated to make sure that it attracts the people that are going to be there more than the Amazon truck.
And that's something my client just told me that we will look at, is to find a way to try to incorporate a dedicated loading area.
And I understand square footage for retail is important. You know, it complements the use. There's no doubt about that. And especially with everything that's coming online, I think that's good. But I would really appreciate that, because sometimes, believe it or not, you see those. In fact, on Codina's project, you know, sometimes they have a loading zone, and sometimes the trucker just wants to park outside because he doesn't want to make the turn to go inside. I get that all day. But when you have police enforcement and all of a sudden they tell you, put that truck in there, I guarantee you that truck driver is going to do exactly what they're told.
I think there'll be a deterrent having the police chief across the street,
yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and Chief Hudak always carries his gun, so that's...
But that's something we could definitely look at. I think one of the things you've seen is her commitment to work with the chief, and we'll continue to do that. But that is something that my client told me that we'll go back and look at, is how we could fit. Because we do, you're right, there are deliveries, like an Uber Eats. They come in, they run in quickly, they drop it off at the front desk, and they're gone. 30 seconds. But there are some that may be more lengthy.
And that happens.
Yeah.
And that happens. Because it happens across the street right now. The other thing is that I'm very glad that you said that you want to add a four-way stop and you want to add a crosswalk, because it becomes very, very dangerous, especially on the north-south, you know, when pedestrians are trying to make it across the street. The other thing is that staff constantly says the CBD, the CBDs, the CBD. I don't think we have to, or this project or any other project has to augment the CBD. I think it has to really complement the single, or rather the residential areas of this city. And I think the compatibility with those areas, such as the North Gables Apartment District, I think it's extremely important. And finally, Mr. Chairman, in the conditions, which they did not have the crosswalk in there, anything that happens here, I would hope that we add the crosswalks in there, because they put in there specifically, staff finds that the proposed plans and staff recommendation condition of approval incorporate measures to mitigate potentially negative impacts that could have adverse effects on neighboring properties. And I think that staff needs a little more time to really evaluate that and be our eyes and ears with the applicant and just hone it in to the point where I feel comfortable in voting for this project. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And can I add one thing while we're on the crosswalk situation? And Jennifer, maybe you might be able to address this. The developer has no purview to put in a crosswalk or a four-way stop. Has no purview at all. Is that correct? A developer just can't put in stop signs and a crosswalk.
Yes, they have to have approval from the Miami-Dade County Public Works Department.
I'm sorry, what?
They have to get approval from the county. The county is the one that allows us to have stop
Correct.
signs
So
and
the county,
crosswalks
the
as well.
county could say no, right? So that crosswalk is a fairy tale. It has to be approved by Miami-Dade County. Okay? So that's not a given that they're going to put in a crosswalk.
Well, also, I think the police department and the police chief can weigh in on that and give a recommendation if they deem it necessary at that point.
So since the building was built, this building we're in, we've been trying to get a four-way stop sign at this intersection. So we know our accident rates have increased on both these intersections. The first thing that the county was waiting on was till we concluded the city garage to do the traffic count on that. We are in the process of trying to re-engage them on that as well to do that. Who pays for it or whatever, but it does have to be approved through our public works and through the county. So we're regardless of what happens across the street, we need that stop sign, and we know that, and we've been pushing forward on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear that it's not up to the developer to put that in. It's up to the county to approve it.
As far as I know, yeah, we defer to our public works, and the county handles all the traffic.
Right, thank you.
All right, Julio?
There are a lot of things about this project that I like. One is infilling a part of the city that is a parking lot. And this is, I know that you're referring to the residential, but you're really in the CBD. And with the building of Codina, it's brought the weight of that development all these many blocks north. The building is not a great architectural Mediterranean project, but we've approved projects which are very similar to this and still call it Mediterranean. So I don't have a problem with that. It does a lot of good things on overall for the city. I don't have a problem with the walking. I don't think that we're worried about the traffic, but the traffic is dealing with people who will park in the existing parking garage, which is already there. So we're not adding any more spaces for the downtown area, and it works the way it is. So I think the building is approvable.
Thank you. Javier?
Couple of questions. One is just my own edification. I noticed that you went to the Historic Preservation Board, but we're not demolishing any historic buildings.
No, we're not.
What was the point of that review?
So that's a great question. The code requires that if we are within 500 feet of a historic site and we want to use TDRs, the Historic Preservation Board has to review your project.
It's a TDR trigger.
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Second, can we go over the parking calculation again and how you got to that
Sure.
number?
Are you saying for how we got to how many spaces are in this garage, or are we calculating our project?
How are you calculating your project and the number of spaces that you're going to need?
So this is the expert in the office, Ms. Devin Vickers. She's been working on the parking calculation. I'm gonna have her explain how we're calculating parking.
Thank you.
Good evening, Devin Vickers. Our office is located at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. So as George said, originally, our original application had the 53 parking spaces, which I believe you mentioned originally. And so how we were originally calculating our parking was based on the code, based on our one-bedroom count and our two-bedroom count. And so it's one space for one bedrooms and 1.75 for two bedrooms. Staff recommended, after reviewing our application, because we had the residential component with the option of hotel accommodations, that to maximize our parking, that we, instead of doing the one space for one bedroom units, to calculate that based on the hotel accommodations, which gives us a little bit of a bump in required parking spaces. So that's how we went from 53 required parking spaces to 56, because instead of calculating the one bedrooms as one space per unit, we'd calculate it as 1.125 per one bedroom unit. So that's how we ended up with the staff
So
recommendation.
your one bedrooms are 1.25 parking spaces per one bedroom unit.
Correct, under the hotel overnight accommodations.
When it's a
parking,
hotel.
required parking.
But the problem is, that's the worst case scenario. That's when you have to count it.
Correct, that's the worst case scenario, and that's what staff recommended, and that's what we have agreed to provide.
Got it.
I know that you're not required to provide any parking for the commercial
Correct.
because of the waiver. But the reality is, I don't know how that's going to work for your poor tenants who are going to be on the ground floor. I guess they're going to have to rent spaces in
If you can
buildings
speak
around you.
into the mic.
Can you hear me? No, not a word, huh? Okay. So I'm worried about your commercial tenants and where they're going to end up having to park. If it's an office building or office use, 1 per 300, you got 4,000 square feet. It's a sizable number of parking spaces.
So the idea is for it to be retail. If we have to provide office.
Office or retail?
See, this is why there's two very smart women behind me here. Both have confirmed what I thought, is that office use is not exempt. So if we have an office use here, we will have to, as Mr. Withers mentioned, get more parking. But we would like to provide some retail, probably, if we can there. And that's what's currently in the parking calculations. So retail's exempt because you park and you walk around beautiful downtown, but office does require for us to get more remote parking.
Okay, thank you very much. Have you, I was looking at your drop-off. You basically have two spaces with a column in the middle that you have to sort of get around.
Yeah, from what I'm being told from Mr. Plummer is that space, I don't know if we have like a huge car in it, but it's supposed to fit 3 to 4 cars in the little.
That little stacking area?
Mm-hmm. No?
No, Tom, no.
Okay, that's what I had heard, and I was like, I don't know, we're parking like a.
Tim, are those European cars or?
Yeah,
It's approximately.
Smart cars.
It's
Maybe 4
approximately-
smart cars.
It's approximately 4 cars from the drop-off area all the way back to the back of sidewalk, staying within the property.
Yeah, but at that point, the car in the entrance is blocking the entire use. So that doesn't really count as a drop-off area in my book. Did you look at providing an additional drop-off area along the Minorca side?
So we did, but one of the things that we have been told is that obviously we've heard what's going on with traffic on Minorca, is that area not be used at all for any kind of valet loading or anything. So we have stayed away from using anything on that side of the street for any of those purposes in order to alleviate anything that's happening within this building. So we did think about it. We proposed it. We thought maybe have a dedicated loading area there for some of the stuff that's been going on here, but that could create a more problematic traffic situation.
Finally, there's a lot of things that I like about the building. The fact that it's kind of packed into that site is not one of them. And the way it rests the corners is another one. The best thing it's got going for it are those squared covers at the corners that actually promote some sort of shade. signify entrance and highlight that corner. But the dichotomy between the base and the residential above, with the number of openings it just seems to be a bit of a juxtaposition that is not really talking to each other in a way that works. But that's not for me to decide. But I think that it's a good start, and I think it could be a lot better.
So a lot of the features that you see came from the Board of Architects and also the Historic Preservation Board. We have tried to capture some of the features from some of the historic sites in the area, which I think is what you were alluding to, the little...
Yeah, but I don't see them here.
Yeah.
I honestly don't. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Javier. Robert?
Thank you. There's a lot of things about this project that I think is good. You know, the fact that as the code allows you to do the TDRs, the fact that the code allows you to do remote parking, you're going by that. The only problem I have is the comments the concerns that the Chief Hudak brought up about the parking access on that street, Alcazar, in front of them. So I asked you already about if you reach out to the Sophia building. You said you did, and there's nothing available. There's an office building that is 2020 Ponce. Did you try to do on that building? Because at the end of the day, that's an office building that also could be ideal to provide your parking. And that would eliminate any conflict that is on Alcazar that the chief has, which is the only thing I'm gonna bring up. As much as I wanna get into the aesthetic of the building, that's not our job to do. And I will agree with my colleagues in some of the comments, but can't go there. To me, is there a possibility to look at those garages on 2020 Ponce building?
It's definitely something that we could look at. I think the way that we got to this garage was the fact that Minorca was, at that point, we're obviously choosing the garage right next door, the concern. And we were coming this way, right? We were going.
Yeah, but I think if you were to take that 2020 garage, that would eliminate some of the concerns that you would have, the chief has, because you would put the traffic on this street, not on Alcazar.
Well, Alcazar actually has the bigger one. The fire trucks leave on the Alcazar side.
Right.
But only the police cars, when they're leaving from here, can only go on Minorca. So again, our concern to put anything else on Minorca has become a problem for us.
So it's worse to be on Minorca. So Alcazar would be better.
Well, I can't speak for the fire chief, but those entrance and exits, there's a controlled light there. There is a controlled exit emergency light for the fire trucks to leave in mid-block on Alcazar. Here, we have to either go against traffic, opposite way, and again, to go north, we have to go north on Salzedo because we're going actually into the school zone on Ponce. So we have 4 garages right now that empty onto Minorca. If we add this one, it's the trips.
So Minorca is the worst possible.
Of the 2 ones, Minorca's it, but that's the only entrance to the police side.
Okay, so I was a little bit confused on the entrances, but then because on the fire trucks on Alcazar, those have a light, so those are.
It's a much wider street. They have a safety zone in place, and they have an exit lamp.
Okay, then that answered that question. Then, what is going to be the lease, the terms of your lease or your agreement with that garage? Because for me to support this, there has to be a time that because you could say, I'm going to do it for 1 year. After 1 year, you have nothing. And then what happens to the spaces?
So the way that we've done these leases, it's obviously with a private garage operator, so we have to negotiate that. And they prefer to be on the lesser side so they could potentially increase depending if market goes up, because the payment that we make to the city is just for the use of remote parking, and then we have to have this agreement. So there is not a fixed time whether, what will be a minimum or a maximum. The way it's done is a year or 2, I've seen 3 or 4, but they're renewing, right? And the way that they do that is to be able to,
Can,
adjust the monthly or the annual.
will you be able to commit to a time period that you say, look, for the next 3 years, we will secure parking in the 255 garage?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
We
I have
could,
no
we
further-
could commit to that.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Actually, a lot of the concerns that I had and a lot of the questions that I have already been asked. A couple of things which I heard. One was the dollar amount that the city is charging for the Mediterranean bonuses.
For the TDRs.
I'm sorry, for
Yeah,
the
no
TDRs.
worries. I just
As a
wanted to
result,
clarify that for the record.
I agree it's a small amount, but I think that's something that the city needs to look at, and I think that's a question of price that people are willing to pay and what's available. But I do think that that's
Yeah, and to your point, because it's something that's come up, we've used the TDR ordinance through the city a couple of times. The way that it has looked at, because I've done private transactions and transactions with the city, is that the city rate is higher than the private, but obviously there's some ease in working with the city rather than a private transaction, but it is higher than what the market rate of a TDR is.
correct. What is the market value for a parking space when you do remote parking? I'm not saying what you're paying. What's the market value today?
To construct, I mean, you have some
Not
very...
to build. I'm
Oh.
saying to go ahead and get an agreement per parking space.
To rent it.
To rent it. What's the market value?
It's probably about $100
No,
a month.
no, more than that. 250.
I should be renting my space.
$30 a space.
How much?
So it's about 100 and
About
change.
$130 per parking space.
The way I look at it is, if you're paying $700,000 as a payment to the city for the amount of spaces that you have 56, you're paying about $12,500 for that. And then if you add another 100 and change per square foot, it's actually a big bonus for you. It doesn't make sense for you to even consider building a pedestal, even if you wanted to or could. I'm not here to question or give my opinion on the design of the building, because as Robert said, that's not what we're here for. That's Board of Architects. And they're the ones that have to look at the design of the building, whether it meets the level 2 or it does not meet the level 2. We have talked about what we as a board would like to see with the requirements and what should be done to grant the level 1 and the level 2 that has just been looked at. And I hope the Board of Architects does look at that and continues to work with that. As a 10,000 square foot property, I think you're putting a lot into it. When I say a lot into it, you're putting both the TDRs that you're getting, and you're getting the remote parking. So, as somebody else said, you're expanding that space to the point where it's going to burst. And I don't know if I'm in agreement with that for that property. I understand that it's in the CBD, and I understand that you want people to walk and so forth. But for me, from what I've seen, I'm just not in favor of the amount you've put in there, taking into account both what you're asking for, which is the remote parking and the TDRs.
So to that point, I think that's a great point. And, these are very, in terms of other projects that have been brought before, 10,000 square feet, and you have some very skilled and experienced architects on this. It's very challenging to get parking to work and to construct a building, right, that works and that obviously can be built. And I think, what was happening was you would be assembling many 10,000 square foot lots and aggregating a block or half a block. The reason we're using both is to be able to create something that's, more boutique, more unique, and is a lot more delicate than a large scale project, and that actually fits and works within that site. So I think that's the give and pull of, I know when the city adopted the overlay regulations in 2021, they broke out Miracle Mile separately than the rest of the CBD. In Miracle Mile, you cannot use remote parking in TDRs. But in the CBD, they allowed it, and it was to have this flexibility so you have a boutique project like this that comes up and is, able to take advantage of that with really nice ground floor retail, really nice pedestrian connectivity, as opposed to some of the other buildings that you see that are a little bit older that have a bay of parking or they're very small frontages. You don't have a lot of retail. So I do understand your concern with that. And the idea was when this program was created was to try to use those tools to try to do something like this. And we've tried very hard. And
But you're using, in reality, you're using both of those to maximize your FAR.
yeah,
and
and
to maximize
I
your
think
square
that was
footage.
contemplated
That's
because
the result.
that's why on Miracle Mile, you cannot use both. There, they wanted to preserve the massing, and they said, you remote park, but you can't use like TDRs. In other portions of downtown, actually, I think it's only allowed in Merrick Park and downtown. You're allowed to try to do this because these are areas that, you're in a more,
I
dense
agree,
active
but
area.
when you're looking at as what's defined as resort transient use by the state definition, you're doing 500 to 700 square foot apartments. I mean, you're really gearing yourself up for a resort transient use. While there could be people that are going to be there and may want to live there full time, I would doubt that it's going to be a good majority of the people. I mean, that's going to be an income producing property. To me, I disagree with the term that Mr. Plummer used, that it's a residential property. I think it's a commercial property. That's the way, I can't speak for anybody else on this board, but I'm looking at it as a commercial property is what you're doing, because of the way it's being presented.
Yeah, which is allowed in the CBD.
Agreed.
Yeah,
No,
correct.
agreed.
And it's one of those things, I think Mr. Pardo mentioned, it's hard to categorize, right, what it is, but, we have tried to design it in a way that operates like a high-end hotel or like a high-end residential project, has the amenities of both almost. So I do see, where you try to fit it, where does it fit? But
Mr. Chair, this is a short-term rent essentially. And we have one, it is in the city of Miami. The advantage is that it's more of a drop-off than people having cars. So, and we see it, we have a large drop-off area where they do come and they utilize that much more. The dilemma here for me also is that the code allows to do this, and there are some things that I wish I could let Felix dictate some of the architecture, but I can't do that,
But you can, the massing, et cetera.
So to me, I am, the concern that I had here is the one that the chief brought up. And I guess the least of the problem is, put in on Alcazar. So I guess that's that solution. We're looking at an application that is allowed to be done.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to bring up something to the board, unless I'm mistaken. I don't think I am. The TDRs have two purposes. Of course, you get money to be able to restore. Doesn't go very far nowadays. But you also truncate any future development. First purpose. The moneymaker was to be able to turn around and say, this is what we're going to do for you as an incentive to preserve those historic buildings. So it actually does preserve, and it does do a good job, although we're not getting much of a benefit today in $2024.
But the city changed the ordinance on TDRs recently, and the money does not get committed to the monument that it came from. It now gets spread through parks, fountains, and other buildings. So
sure.
So I understand but I agree. The initial desire was for that money to stay with that monument and protect that monument,
right?
Maintenance, but unfortunately the city changed.
Right. And Chip, as you know, one of the things really is to preserve the building so it doesn't get torn down.
Exactly.
And I think that's an important understanding of the stuff.
Well, at this point, I mean, we've discussed this. Does anybody want to make
Look,
a
I
motion?
don't mind, making a motion to approve with a condition for me, and I'm gonna welcome if it goes that far, friendly amendment. My condition is that you have an agreement in place for a minimum of 3 years with that garage, and continue working with the chief to make sure that you minimize or if possible. Unfortunately, to me, the way I see it, you are doing by code, so it's hard for me not to say no.
So we're looking first at E1, which is basically the TDR. So your motion is to approve,
Not to defer.
not to defer. Yours is to approve
Yes.
with the
Condition that the,
conditions, with
I guess
additional
for the
conditions.
TDR, we don't need a condition. That's just,
That's correct. I was thinking you were talking about the TDRs. Me, the conditional use for the TDR, I don't have a problem with
okay,
that.
so let's take one at a time. I'll make a
Exactly.
motion to approve the
But what I was
TDRs.
hoping to do is get a deferral to give the applicant, because there are too many moving parts in this to condition it like a laundry. By the time it gets to the commission, you're going to end up with Swiss cheese.
Is, just, if I can ask a question to that, if you approve the TDRs to this site, if the site plan changes, this doesn't get approved, or they don't come back, or whatever the reason is.
That could be approved with condition of the approval of that.
Of that specific site.
Well, I actually want to ask staff a question, because what we have before is not a conditional use approval of a site plan. We have two items, right? One is the TDR approval, and the second is the remote parking. There's not
Any site plan?
There's not a site plan approval.
Correct, yes, but talking with the city attorney, we agreed there would have those conditions replicate on both those resolutions, on the TDR resolution as well as on the remote parking resolution.
Right,
That was the
but where
direction he gave us.
where does the site plan get approved? Is that approved?
There's no site plan approval here, right? You're just requesting the TDRs and the remote parking.
So that means what we're looking at can change tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I understand from what you
See,
just
that,
told me.
This is not the way to do
Well,
it.
changes in
Well,
how,
we've always, everything, as long as I've been here, everything that we have looked at and approved have been based on a site plan that has been brought before us. To me, I'm looking at this site, at this project as a site plan. If you're telling me that I shouldn't be looking at it that way, and I should only look at if this property can get TDR.
This site plan, condition it to the site plan.
But that's not what the
So
application,
if I
that's not
can-
what's written.
No, but they're asking for remote parking, and they're asking for TDRs, and the only way it works, I think, is with this site plan. Isn't that what you're?
100%.
We would have no objections to conditioning this application to the site plan. This is what we want to build, what we intend to build, and what we've shown you. It is not a rezoning, so there's no issue of conditioning this application. It's a conditional use, and I think this board, subject to your city attorney confirming, has the flexibility to place those conditions on these
Conditional
requests.
use requires, a conditional use requires a demonstration of compatibility. That's in any conditional use. In my view, you're determining, in order for this to be compatible with this neighborhood, you want these drop-offs, you want the way the entrances and the exits, and I feel it's germane to this. Now, it is a recommendation. It's going to go to the commission, and presumably when it's passed with a site plan that they're proffering. So I believe that you can condition both items can be tied to it.
Mr. Collar, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, if you'd speak into the microphone.
Just to understand.
Right.
Every conditional use that I've worked on in my entire career can be tied to a specific site plan. And
I-
because
I
this is a
believe you can-
conditional
I
use.
certainly believe you can do that. I agree.
Exactly. And because it's a conditional use, we can then assume that it's been properly advertised
Well,
for
it
what
says
they're here
conditional
today.
use, which has inherent in it conditions, and I believe that it is not a rezoning where you
have
can't
a problem with
condition
that?
No,
rezoning.
I don't. I think I know where the confusion is. This site, since it's so small, doesn't trigger conditional use site plan. And I think that's why everyone's used to seeing that. But this site is actually so small that it doesn't meet the threshold to require conditional use site plan.
But when I saw conditional use,
Yes.
conditional use by definition,
Always has a site
the
plan,
site plan
typically.
can be a condition, as Mr. Collar said.
Yeah. So we don't have an issue with that. We would be supportive of that. Because
And you're doing it not necessarily, you're doing it for compatibility purposes. You know where the entrances and exits are and the stacking and all that relates to compatibility because you're putting a larger building than would ordinarily be there because of these TDRs. And in fact, in the TDR section, it talks about consideration of the size and the compatibility with the surrounding area. So this is exactly appropriate conditions to this.
And to help Mr. Collar out for the record, I'm going to say that we're also voluntarily proffering this condition.
Well, that makes it even easier.
So, Robert, your motion was to approve based on staff's recommendation? With what they proffered, to tie it to the site plan that's been presented?
Yes, and the additional condition that they continue working with the chief to make sure the conflict is not eliminated but minimized, and there's an agreement for a minimum of 3 years.
I couldn't hear you. I'm
With-
sorry, I couldn't hear the original motion before you started speaking, Robert.
Can
I
you
think
read
we
it?
need to start with the first item.
The
which
first
is
item, the TDRs. I'm gonna
the
make a motion to
TDRs.
approve
Now I heard.
the TDRs.
Right.
Second.
And I think you can tie it to
To
the
a site
site
plan, to this site plan. So
To the site plan as
We like to
presented,
voluntarily
as
proffer that as a
proffered by the
Yeah, I accept
applicant.
that.
we'll accept, okay, perfect. Condition to approve the TDRs to the site plan presented to us.
I second it.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion?
Just, can you clarify exactly, because the question now becomes the second part of the motion, the site plan.
We're looking at the TDRs only, and we're tying it to the site plan. They're proffering the site plan that was presented.
And the next motion,
We haven't gone there yet.
but the subject will be the site plan.
Remote parking. No, there's no
remote-
site plan
no.
on this because of the size of the property.
This is already covered here that basically it's a deferral. They're going to
No,
work.
it's not I don't see it as a deferral. Is this a deferral that we're looking at the TDRs? No.
How are you going to make all the changes to the site plan without coming before this board again?
What are the changes to, what I understood?
At least I brought up
No,
adding
I
the
made a
loading
note. It was
zone.
to, yes.
If you want, I'll read them back to
No,
you.
it was to incorporate the loading zone.
And, I mean, I've got a couple too.
Well,
I've
I don't
tried to
think, I
keep
think we
along.
need to be
I think when the
specific.
motion is made, then,
Right now,
Just so
as the
you know,
Swiss cheese is
I'm
made,
not
or as you
I'm
say.
not voting for this because
Wait.
I don't see how
Felix,
these conditions have
Felix.
been included.
Felix, if I may.
Yes,
Right now, we have a motion the way it's been presented, and we have a second.
Right.
And I understand you want additional items to be presented with that TDR. The question is,
I will accept friendly amendments.
okay,
Okay.
so what is it that you would like for Robert to add?
We discussed the loading zone. We discussed.
Okay, well, let's talk about the loading zone. Because we got to be, what are we doing with the loading zone? What are we adding?
Again, this is why.
Can you talk into the microphone,
I'm
please?
sorry. This is why, this is going to end up being a camel instead of a horse. You can't design this for them. They have to get together with staff. They have to get together with the chief of police. They have to get together with a bunch of people to come back and say, this is what it is. That's why I thought that it would be a deferral for the site plan component of it.
But
Not
there
the
is
other
no
way
site
around.
plan component. There's two requests. It's TDRs.
Not a problem.
And remote parking.
Counselor, not a problem.
Yeah,
I
like,
understand.
it's just weird
I don't
because you're
feel
used to
comfortable with
reviewing
the
the site plan.
applications.
I understand, but
Not
those
gonna
are
have
the
my
two
vote.
requests. And
Got it.
I think we would commit to continue to add things and study
Not a
them.
problem.
Well, for
But I
right,
think those are more appropriate for the remote parking, perhaps.
in order to move this along, I want to reiterate, we have a motion the way it has been stated by Robert. We have a second. Let's go ahead and see the way it's presented, what vote we have. Call the roll, please.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Javier Salman,
No.
Felix Pardo,
No.
Sue Kowalinsky,
No.
Julio Gabriel,
Yes.
Robert Behar,
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt,
No.
Okay,
4-3.
okay, the motion fails, which means we need another motion. Right now, we have no motion on the table for item 1.
Are we allowed to make a motion to defer and have the applicant come back, or that's something that the applicant has to himself
No,
request?
you can, a motion to defer is always in order if that's the desire of the board.
We also do not object to a deferral. It just, if there are comments that this board, I know that in concept, it seems that, there's support for this. If we could get, feedback to come back.
Well, I think you
defer with these conditions, or, with some feedback, that would be very helpful.
Counselor, I have
know-
no doubt that if you take the deferral and you work with staff, you're going to come back with something that's going to be approved unanimously.
I just would love to get, what the topics are that you'd like us to focus on, to make sure that when I come back before the board, I say, these were the
Okay,
items.
so I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna make a motion to defer, and we're gonna put the conditions that we want you to come back with.
That would be very helpful, and I would
Okay?
appreciate that.
So there's a
'cause I wanna
motion
make sure
to
I come
defer
back.
with condition that we're gonna, address now.
I'll second it.
Okay. Mr. Pardo, I'm gonna let you put the conditions.
Well, wouldn't it, let me ask you a question. Instead of putting the conditions, there's been a lot of discussion that was said. The court reporter took minutes.
But there's been a lot of discussion on things that may have been addressed and may not have been addressed. And what, I think, obviously, we know what the chief's concerns are, and we've gone, and you can see I had like a list of the things we've done. If there could be maybe just a summary of what the concerns are, just to help the applicant out and his team.
And I think I can help you on that.
appreciate that.
The drop-off is a major concern from a number of the board members here.
Which I know the loading space that was mentioned.
And the loading zone is actually a separate issue, but the drop-off, I think, needs to be addressed. I think the loading zone has to be added on the north side.
Also, the receiver of the location for parking, of possibly taking it off the back street here, which Robert brought up, which I thought was a great idea.
Well, I think the chief mentioned that the reason we
fire-
picked this one over that street
No,
is
but-
because
but-
that
but-
is the main
But
concern.
a question, and this, the chief, the 2020 Ponds project has a garage, has already X amount of number of spaces in there. You are not gonna be adding, if, for example, they are able to secure spaces in the 2020 building, 2020 Ponds building, would that
The
not be?
entrance and exit to that garage is on Menorca.
I mean, okay, and that's what we, even
And
though
the
there's.
the only way you can go north from that garage is past the building, and north on Salzedo, because you're not allowed to make a right-hand turn on Ponce at Menorca.
Okay.
And it's a school zone.
So the only, it seems to me by process of elimination, the only garage that would be feasible is the garage they're looking to utilize.
Again, we've used that garage during the construction of the garage next door, but we were walking across the street, coming into this building. The path to get to that garage from a drop-off would be back out to Salzedo, south on Salzedo and left on Alcazar, or into the garage.
Let me ask you a question. Let me put this hypothetical question. Let's say that on that side, they do a garage and they park 56 spaces in that garage. Because potentially, I mean, can it be done? Maybe through the use of lifts or something, mechanical system, they could be done. Will that not generate more traffic on Menorca?
Depends on where the entrance. If the entrance is on Salcedo, not necessarily, although it would slow this. Or if you went to the north end where the loading dock is it, and they came in from the alley and came into it that way.
Because to me, putting parking there, it will be more detrimental, it affects you more here than if they use that garage.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I mean, that is part of the issue, but the traffic, I'm not worried about just Menorca. I've got to worry about how the cars and the fire trucks are getting to calls outside of Menorca. So with the light synchronization at Lejeune and Menorca backs up all the way past Salcedo. The light from Alhambra on Salcedo backs up past Menorca. And again, so, I mean, we're looking at during rush hour times, which is when our biggest calls for service are, that's our crunch period. That's our gridlock here of getting out. Even though we've adjusted our road calls to try and not be around here, we're still cutting out business on top of all the other boards that we have here all the time.
Chief, I think what Robert was suggesting originally, the other parking garage, and I know you want to get out of the school zone, but also when your officers are leaving, if they do, a right, go up a little bit on Salcedo, then make a right, they're out of the school zone. So a right, I would take a right and a right over a left and a left.
No, I agree. I'm not even talking about my officers. If it's an emergency,
Yes.
we have to have a place where we can bikate. My issue is all the other regular traffic that we have now. Again, with deliveries and everything else, you can see it every day.
Right.
Of what slows down. In the morning, there's garbage pickup, sanitation pickup trucks all the way to Lejeune Road. So
I see.
it's a very narrow street.
Right. And the worst thing about this proposed garage as the receptor is that you have the fire department with their
The
trucks
fire
coming out
department's
of
in
it.
and out of there and the
Exactly. It's not the same as a cruiser making a U-turn.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, I understand the car count and everything else like that, but this is also it's a large building. Looking into, we're going to have to make security adjustments on this building because then everybody else will be able to see into some of the issues that we have on this side of the building. Okay. So there's other security concerns that we can work out from design and things like that, or make recommendations, I should say.
Okay, I've got a couple more here. And just getting back to the drop-off, you had that double lane in there where there's almost like a curb cut there. Mm-hmm. If you could make the drop-off double lane, I know that takes away from your building, but make that a double lane. That'll alleviate stacking.
We'll see how we can work that out.
That'll alleviate stacking. We talked about the loading zone on the north side. The parking calculation, the 56, I think you need to increase that, especially for the retail customers. And when you have 2 bedrooms, there's no such thing as a 1.75 car. And one other thing, the bump outs, I'm requesting you take out the bump outs, and here's why. I told you this is becoming a habit in the city, putting bump outs in. That takes away the ability to ever have micro-mobility lanes in the city. It takes that ability away. So for electric scooters, for bicycles, whatever, bump outs eliminate ever being able to build that kind of infrastructure here.
Those ball belts, I'm being told, are already there. Yeah.
I know you like the bump outs, but for people that want to choose not getting in a car, that want to do an electric scooter, a bicycle, rollerblades, whatever, you need mobility lanes in this city, and bump outs will never allow you to build mobility lanes.
Yeah, those are existing bump outs. We are just proposing to landscape them to match what's on this side. Like they're already there. They just look like you don't appreciate them because they're not landscape, but they are existing bulb outs.
All right, don't put a tree there, because if we want to take the bump out out, we'd have to take a tree out. And you know what it takes to take a tree out?
Yes, but I think the idea is to put beautify the streetscape. I mean,
do it on your property.
Let's try to move this forward.
Yeah. Okay. We have this was helpful in terms of what to look at.
Yeah. So, anyways, I talked about the parking calculation. I think you need to bump it up beyond 56.
Thank you, Sue. You're welcome. Are we good?
Yeah, we appreciate it. This was helpful.
So if we are, do we need to make a motion on deferring?
Okay,
on
so-
First item?
You did.
I did.
So we did.
And
What
you
about-
seconded. On,
Now,
for-
This is,
on the application, both
we
items.
can make a motion to defer on both items in one motion, since
That's
it's
what
a
I was
motion for
I'll make a motion
deferral.
to defer my motion for both items.
Second.
Okay, we have a second.
I seconded it. You want to add the friendly amendments?
It was here first.
Well, can I say something about the amendments? They're really not amendments. The motion is to defer. You have expressed what you would like to see coming back.
Correct.
It will be up to the applicant to try to incorporate these or not be able to incorporate it, and then you'll make a decision on whether or not you can support
Correct.
the application. So this is just
So the
direction from
motion
the
is just
board.
to defer.
But the
Can
motion
we have a
is to
second
defer.
from Felix?
I'm sorry?
We have a second from Felix to defer. Robert
This is
made the
both
motion.
on E1 and E E2.
Yes.
That is correct. Do we, can we just do a voice or
You
you
do a
wanna call?
voice vote if you'd like.
Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody against? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Sorry.
so much. We'll be back on.
George, can I have a personal request?
Yes.
Can we see some renderings taken from eye level? Because all the renderings are from about 10 or 12 feet up in the air.
More.
And it's not how you're going to see the
It's
building.
higher.
It's really,
Yeah.
Definitely, we'll have
it's
that.
something that will help us understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, no, definitely. We could put that together.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank
Can
you
we
all.
take a 5-minute break?
Of course. We're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
If we could have everybody back, because I'm noticing it's 8:43, it's close to 9 o'clock.
Recording in progress.
I'd like to call us back in session. Mr. Caller?
Item E3, an ordinance of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, approving the vacation of a right-of-way pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-211, Abandonment and Vacations in City Code, Chapter 62, Article 8, Vacation, Abandonment, and Closure of Streets, Easements, and Alleys by private owners and the city application process, providing for the vacation of the remaining portion of Kenmare Street lying east of Harlano Street, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for a repeal of provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item E3, public hearing.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hermes Diaz. I'm the Politics Director. If you give us a minute, we're going to put up a very, very brief presentation. There you go. So we're here for the vacation of Kenmare Street. So where is Kenmare Street? The text disappeared. I'm sorry. Jennifer?
I see where it is.
The text disappeared. When we
It's in your
casted it,
backyard.
that's a job. You see, the text is there. But when you cast it, there you go. You see? Oh, there you go. It's a user problem. I'm sorry about that. All right. So Kenmare Street is located east of Harlano, south of Kadima, and west of Riviera Drive. Lies between the properties of 510 Kadima Avenue, 3600 Riviera, 3615 Harlano Street, and 3616 Riviera Drive. The section of Kenmare Street is no longer serves a public purpose. In fact, I don't think that it ever actually did. You see a picture at the bottom. It basically looks like a driveway. It's a dead end, which approximately about 148 feet east of Harlano Street. This is not a part of the city street network. And you're looking at an area of approximately 7,400 square feet. Northeast to the right, if you look at the area in question, it's located with the Coconut Grove Terrace subdivision, which was platted in 1921, so it actually predates the formation of the City of Coral Gables. It was recorded in the Plat Book 6, page 107 of the records of Miami-Dade County. The street that is in the blue square on the west side of Harlano was actually vacated in 1958 by City Ordinance 1075. So we're mirroring what was already done across the street. The red square being what we're doing. The blue was done in 1958. This is a larger image of the area in question. In 1925, the Coconut Grove Terrace subdivision became contained within the Coral Gables Country Club Part 6 subdivision, which is recorded in Plat Book 20, page 1 of the records of Miami-Dade County. This eventually condemned Kenmare Street to become dead-end roads. If you look at parcel C on the top on Kadima, that is an actual parcel that is owned by the city, and it's a de facto exit out of the neighborhood. This plat, in essence, made Kenmare Street irrelevant to the street network of the city. And I got nothing else. The city is looking to abandon our interest in the section of Kenmare Street through the purpose of vacating it, and we're here to get your opinion on it.
What happens to the land?
I'm sorry?
What happens to the land?
It reverts to the abutting property owners. Exactly who gets what will have to be sorted out.
And that was my question, because there is a property that's towards the, and I wish you could bring it up.
Yes, let me.
That are they gonna get their share of that vacation alley?
There's a question of whether the property to the north or the property to the north will get a portion, or the property to the east. I don't believe that they will be potentially entitled to anything. Let's go back to there you go. That is the original plat. I think, hold on, give me a second. I think that's better.
You have not determined who's getting what
We don't make
yet.
that determination. Through a process, or we're abandoning the city's interest in the right of way, the property owners will have to sort out.
Who gets what?
Jennifer,
What's the process? How's that done?
Potentially through legal means or.
I mean, do they apply?
Well, it'd be, how does it work? By
Jennifer,
operation of law, the abutting owners get it. Now,
Typically,
if
you get
there's-
half of the vacation.
Right, but if there's a dispute between the two of them, they'll have to sort it out potentially in some sort of an action. The city's responsibility is, I've explained this before, the city doesn't have fee simple ownership in this. We are stewards of the right of way. If we don't need it, then we vacate it. And then it's up to the parties, hopefully, to work out that issue. But if they can't agree on it, then somebody will have to go to court, potentially.
So it's not only their burden to figure out who gets what, but are they also, is that added to the property taxes? Their
Eventually,
property
yes.
taxes?
At some point, that will get added to the property taxes, correct?
Okay. So if they want it, they're going to have to pay more in property taxes.
Well, the moment that it gets vacated, it will get added at some point or another.
No matter
Yeah.
what, the
Yeah,
moment it
it
gets
gets
vacated.
added whether you want it or not, because it was dedicated through a plat dedicated to the city. When the city vacates the property, it goes back to the subsequent owners that were at the property.
Yeah, the reason this location is a little bit different than most is that because the dedication is in between two plats. So that's why, how does that get sorted out, that may be a little unique. Generally speaking, if it's combined with the plat, that's an easy answer. It's split in the middle. This particular case, you have two abutting plats, so there's some question as to who gets what, but the property owners will have to sort that out.
Through the chair,
Yes.
do you want to do public before we
I
go
do. I
into
didn't know if
comment?
anybody, while he's up here, any other
I'm
questions
done.
on the
I have nothing
presentation?
else to.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can you have planning bring up the last exhibit in their package, which is what I just passed to you, which I had printed out?
Could you bring this up?
Oh, I don't actually have that on my
That's
presentation.
page 15 of the packet that we got.
Jill, how many speakers do we have on this item?
We have 3, including an attorney here.
That's the corner. That's Riviera.
What I'd like to ask right now, while they're looking this up, it's 8:51. Is there a motion to extend this past 9 o'clock?
I'll make a motion to extend to 9:15.
I second that.
Everybody in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody against? Continue, please.
If you can't find it, I've got it on my
The last
computer, if
page you
that'll help.
said?
I'm sorry?
The last page you said?
Yes,
Which
the
page?
last page, which is this. I printed it right out of the pocket. You got it?
So the property to the east is 3616 Rivera Drive, correct?
I believe, yes, correct.
Mr. Collar, I've got a question for you. And,
I don't,
and
are you going to be able to get that exhibit up?
Well, it's not the last page I thought it was. It's before all the FPL
See
letters
if
and
I
everything,
can
correct?
Bring it up on my.
Or, this one? Maybe it's this one.
Yeah, I think that's.
Okay, let me. Share.
Felix, just a question for you. What's the reason that you wanted to have that up there?
the reason is because.
If you could speak into the microphone for the court reporter.
The reason is because it shows, there you go.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Mr. Collar, I've got a question for you.
If you could speak into the microphone, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So, Mr. Collar, I have a question for you. Normally, the way I was taught, not by architects, but the way I was taught by surveyors and civil engineers that did this for a living, it always was, if you have two owners on either side of a right-of-way,
Each gets half of the
half and
right of
half,
way.
period, end of story.
Right.
And in fact, I'm actually working on one now in another JUA.
That's typically the situation.
Right. But it gets tricky sometimes when the person on the other side says, I don't want it. So the big question here is, I know the city wants to vacate it, but if you would think that half of it will go to one and the other half to the other neighbor, what happens if one of the neighbors says, I don't want it?
Well, they might not have that option
Because
as I explained, that right-of-way, the city is only the steward of it. They don't own the right-of-way. The right-of-way is owned by, ultimately, the property owners that dedicated that right-of-way for that plat, or between the plats.
Well, I mean-
So what would happen would be, once the city vacates it, it's almost like it automatically goes to each side of the street.
If I may, the one,
the corner lot.
right, well, the one thing about this specific plat is that the entirety of that Chemist Street was dedicated solely by the plat that is inside to the south.
Correct. And you could see that they,
The plat that is on the outside
right, facing Riviera.
dedicated nothing for the
Right.
creation of Chemist Street.
Right.
So
Facing
again,
Riviera.
the question of where it goes will have to be sorted out, but that's the fly in the ointment, so to speak here, right?
Okay.
Well, from,
I mean, ordinarily, if the plat is, if the right-of-way is dedicated by plat,
correct,
then the property goes back to the dedicator, or the successor in
Yeah.
interest of the dedicator.
Gentlemen,
This-
what I'd like
this
to do.
really doesn't affect us. I mean, we just
Yeah.
have to vote on it.
Correct. That's why
Let's
what
just
I'd
vote
like,
on it.
what I'd like to do at this time is open it up
I'll
for
move
public
that we,
comment.
Well, we need to
I'm
get the
sorry.
public.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to move it for public comment first, because there's people that have been waiting, and then we'll go ahead and have our discussion. Could you call the first individual,
I'm
please?
sorry, I didn't catch your name, so you could please go to the podium.
Hi, my name is Jamie Meyer, Pathman Law, 1 Biscayne Tower. If I may, you might have seen I was a little excited. I can answer all of your questions. It is a basic premise of property law that the reversionary interests are reserved solely for the dedicators of streets of public right-of-ways. Essentially, if you didn't grant it for public use, it's not yours to claim. And so the 1921 plat that you see dedicated the entirety of Harlano Street. There's only one property that is subject to that reversionary interest, that has a right to that reversionary interest, because it was part of the original 1921 plat. So if I may address the questions first, Mr. Pardo, I believe you spoke about the centerline presumption. It's a presumption. It happens more often than not, because when we see dedications to streets, public right-of-ways, the property that abut that, let's say, street, were both belong to that original plat. Here, because one property is belonging to the plat that dedicated Kenmare Street in 1921, we actually don't, in fact, follow the centerline presumption.
Was the exhibit of 1921 up there?
It was originally.
Because
this
I
is not my
only saw the
computer.
one that said 1925.
But
I believe it was
can I just
1921.
caution the board about this? The board should not make a decision on who owns what.
Well, if
That's not the purview. This board has one decision made. Do you
Vacate or
and
not?
you don't really make a decision, make a recommendation. Your recommendation to the city commission is, do we recommend that you vacate the right-of-way.
Then
And-
I would.
Where that right-of-way goes is a second question not to be decided by this board.
Then I
And
make a
if I
motion
may-
to,
If I may just quickly, there was a second question that was initially presented, and Mr. Collier, thank you for, explaining that. Maybe I answered them out of turn. There was a question asked, how is this allocated? Does it involve litigation? What happens to the street after the city vacates it? And it is within the commission's purview to decide. It's not an obligation of the city itself, but it is within the city's power to decide how that property is allocated. And you can actually save citizens of the city time and expense that's associated with litigation. And I'm sure we're all aware how expensive litigation can be. And so, although it is not a requirement of this board, it is feasible to suggest if you support the vacation and it passes to the commission, you can suggest in favor of allocation. Yes.
yeah, but it's not our duty to do that. So I'm not gonna even entertain that
Robert,
motion.
let's let the
That's a
speaker
just-
finish, because we'd
And
like to
I-
give everybody else a chance to speak. If not, you're all going to have to come back.
And I am not here to tell you to do anything you're not comfortable with, but I am here to represent my client's interests, and make a fair and full record. And there were two questions that were presented. It seemed nobody was really sure how to answer them, and I'm capable and able to answer them for you. And I just figured it would be beneficial to have that background.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So if I may, if I have a little bit more time, I do want to respect the board. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd like to say a couple more things, but I can also reserve my time.
If it's brief.
Absolutely. I can be brief. So I have a memo that was actually provided to the Assistant City Attorney, if you'd like. It speaks not only to Florida Statute Section 177.085, as well as Florida Statute Section 336.12, which states not only the reversionary interests are reserved only to those who dedicated or the successors of the original dedicator, but it also says that an abandoned roadway reverts to the abutting estates in the same proportion that the estates were reduced in order to create the roadway. Meaning, I heard conversations about what about the properties to the north of Kadima? They did not dedicate anything to Kenmare Street, and therefore, by law, by statute, as well as case law, they are not entitled to anything.
We'll enter that into the record, please, if you will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate the board's time. And I'll reserve time if there is any, but thank you again.
Thank you.
Kathy Swanson?
Welcome back, Ms. Swanson.
So I am not here because I want any of the property. Two owners want, both of them want the property, and that's where the argument is coming. So I'm going to make my comments because my name is Kathy Swanson, and I live at 3616 Harlano Street with my husband, Bill Rivenbark. I received a mailed notice and attended the neighborhood meeting at the Public Library December 13th, 2023, and the Public Works Community Meeting on October 28, 2024. I also received the mailed notice for today, and I'm here. In the 1950s, the west side of Kenmare Street was vacated and distributed to the abutting property owners as noted in their legal descriptions. The northern half of the right-of-way went to 520 Kadima and 570 University. And the southern half of the west side went to 3616 Harlano, our property. As clarification, I bought the property in 1984, 30 years after the west side Kenmare Street had been formally abandoned and distributed to the abutting properties. Two separate plats, each received half. My parents coincidentally owned 520 Kadima for 35 years until my mom passed away. We have a great new owner, but we both have benefit of the vacated Kenmar Street. We support the city's intention to vacate the eastern portion of Kenmar Street at Harlano, and we hope the city will distribute this surplus right-of-way to each of the abutting property owners in similar fashion, in keeping with past practice and consistent with the land patterns of this small neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next.
Hillary Rodriguez.
Good evening. Can you hear me? I'm Hillary Rodriguez, and I live at 510 Kadima Avenue with my husband and my 3 children. We've lived there since 2002. So we've heard most of the background, but we actually filed an original application for the vacation of Kenmar Street in October of 2022. Some of the letters, the waivers of objection, were sent to me. And when the city has now issued its own application or applied its own application. When we met with the city attorney's office, they told us exactly as some of the board members had mentioned tonight, that it's always a 50-50 split and that's done by a resolution of the city commission. So these discussions about that there won't be action taken or there won't be a recommendation or even a city resolution of the division of the property came as a surprise to us because we had been talking with the staff for many, many months and Mr. Rodas included and trying to gather all the details of how this process would work. So we were very surprised by that. As other speakers and members mentioned, there was originally the 1958 vacation of the west side of Kenmar Street, and that was between the 2 plats, 12.5 feet on one plat and 12.5 feet on the other plat. And contrary to what, I know we're not discussing or getting into what council mentioned earlier today, or earlier this evening, excuse me, the city of Coral Gables actually got an opinion of council from Holland and Knight, and I just want to read this for the record. And it's from an email from March 8th of 2023 after our application was filed. And it's from the law firm of Holland and Knight to the city attorney's office. And it reads, based on past practice and Florida law, relevant statute and case law summarized below, the short answer is that each of the abutting property owners take title half of the vacated right-of-way up to the center line, which abuts their property, regardless of which plats the property owners and the right-of-way are located in. This would be consistent with what the city of Coral Gables did under ordinance number 1075, which vacated the west side of Kenmar Street in 1958, just 3 years after the enactment of the relevant Florida statute. I'm sorry, did you have a question for me?
No, we'll
okay.
enter that into the...
So that was actually an opinion from the law firm of Holland and Knight given to the city. And then I just had a few final points. We wanted to ask the board that regardless of what it decides, right now Kenmar Street is being used as a very long driveway. And we believe that is not only unsafe, but it's not really setting a good example for other property owners within the city of Coral Gables, where one person is using city land as their personal driveway. And this was never intended to be a driveway, which leads to an unsafe condition because going in and out of the driveway, you can't see pedestrians, other cars, or anyone that might be on the sidewalk. So regardless of what the board decides, we would like someone at the city to take a closer look at what the right place for a driveway within the legal bounds of existing property lines would be and should be for, as Ms. Swanson said, for this small neighborhood and what makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers?
No more speakers.
Any on Zoom?
No,
On the phone platform?
no.
At this point, I'll go ahead
if
and
I-
close it for,
I'll move that we
I mean, no disrespect, but if I may, there were just some points that were,
you want to
I'd like to
You want to
clarify.
put it on the record?
I would like to, if you'd be
Okay,
gracious to give
if
me the
it reaches
opportunity.
9:15, we
You
stop
can make
automatically.
a buzzer sound and I will stop.
Or we may end up,
It automatically defers if we don't extend time.
Yeah, we're not gonna extend any more time, so I think we take it back, you close the public hearing and come back to us.
everybody agree with that? We're going to go ahead and
I will,
close the
I will make
public.
one comment and I'll sit down, if I may. The Holland and Knight recommendation that was provided to the city, we're aware of it. It's incorrect. It happens. Holland and Knight is an incredibly respected firm,
Noted.
but it's
Noted.
incorrect.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a
I'll move
motion?
that we recommend the vacation of the street that 1,000 people want to live on, I guess.
I'll second.
As per staff
That's for
recommendation.
staff recommendation.
We have
I'll
a
second.
first, we have a second. Any discussion? No, call the roll, please.
Javier Salmon,
Yes.
Chip Withers.
Yes.
Robert Behar.
Yes,
Julio Gabriel.
Yes.
Sue Kowalinsky.
Sue?
Sue.
Yes.
Felix Pardo.
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt.
Yes, with, please make sure that we enter everything that was said here and given into the record.
Mr. Chairman, we have one item
I'm gonna
that,
make a motion to defer that item to the next meeting.
And 100%. And if I could add to that, you know, we have asked for an explanation of Live Local Act and have not received it. So this item is like dealing with a pimple on an elephant. I think we need to know what the elephant is about. I think we need a special meeting to explain to this board what it entails, because it's gone through iterations over the past several years, and I'm not even sure where we're at. So taking this item in isolation away from the bigger subject matter is not a good idea, in my opinion.
well,
And
maybe we can use this item as a vehicle to have, I thought, Jennifer, didn't we have an explanation from Live Local? I thought we had some
Yes,
presentation.
so the majority of the PowerPoint for the item is about Live Local, explain
Okay,
how it
great.
is and how it's going to be addressed in Coral Gables. I think there's really only one slide that talks about what you're actually voting on.
So I think we're going to use this item as a vehicle
Right,
to have
to
a whole
explain this.
explanation on Live Local. So we're going to do exactly what
you're
So
what
it's
you want.
9/11, there's a motion to defer, you're gonna bring it back and give us explanation
Right.
on the Live Local.
because that's going to take a long time, right?
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
have
sir.
said on the record before to staff, and I have met with staff and the city attorney and an assistant city manager, that we should use as a template for discussion the City of Miami Beach Live Local ordinance. And I have been ignored, and I want to put that on the record.
Okay, let's go ahead and ask staff if, when they bring this back, if they
Motion,
would look at
do
that.
we have a second?
Second.
Everybody
You
in
can do it
favor of
for voice.
deferral?
Aye.
Before we adjourn, because it's end of years and happy holidays, I want to thank staff and everybody that puts all of our meetings together, and the entire staff that actually works very hard, and I don't think they get all the credit that they should.
I agree with you.
Just
I did all that, and I want,
No, I know. No, but I just, on behalf of the board, I just want to thank the staff for everything they do.
I compliment staff for the great job they always do. Thank you.
think they could improve on the food, don't you?
Oh, and the water.
And cost.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Happy holidays to
Everybody in
everybody.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.